uh, I was trying to stay away from this topic for a long time, but I said I'm gonna go ahead and talk about it because the response I was seeing from it was surprising to me. Very surprised by the response, especially when it comes to this type of fight because we just had Canelo and Jake Paul talked about recently. Didn't get that much of a response to that, but this other fight though with him and Joshua, yeah, it was a lot of people speaking on that fight. But I'm gonna talk about something that you know that I seen when that was surprising to me, and I'm gonna have to speak on it. I don't care about how it sounds, how it looks. I just know it's the truth, and I'm gonna have to say it because this whole narrative that been going on for way too long. I'm gonna have to shut that down. And the narrative I'm seeing right now is, when it came to the Jake Paul and when Jake Paul called out Joshua recently. Now, mind you, they've been asking boxers, just the casual fans. They've been asking boxers, hey man, jump in the ring with a real boxer. Jake Paul, he won't jump in the ring with a real boxer. A guy who's fighting right now. And I heard people saying, throwing names out there for who Jake Paul should fight. Now, before I say anything, most people know the names that people were throwing out there for Jake Paul. The names they wanted Jake Paul to fight. Everybody already knows the name. I don't even have to say them. Yeah, I don't really have to say the names. Everybody knows the names already. I don't really have to say them. But they had a whole situation going with fans asking boxers to fight Jake Paul. So I'm like, man, they want certain fighters to go out there and just fight Jake Paul right now. So we know Canelo did that recently. Not really a surprise. Canelo did it recently. And, a lot of people not gonna like what I'm gonna say on this video. Like I said, it's gonna be the truth, but and and I'm backing this all up with facts. Because a lot of people want to talk about facts, then they hide from the facts. It's gonna be all facts before I go into it. Because I'm caught off guard by what I've been hearing. So I'm going strictly facts. Strictly fact. Going straight into it. So as I said before, the names you've been hearing as far as opponents for Jake Paul, when people say I want to see him fight a real boxer, just think of those names that most people think about or most people say. Usually Anthony Joshua's name is not brought up from what I've seen. They usually don't bring his name up. And like I said, what I'm gonna say is not gonna be a very popular thing to say, but I'm saying the truth. This is gonna be facts. This is not my opinion. This is fact. So most people have not asked Jake Paul to fight Anthony Joshua. He calls out Anthony Joshua, says he'll fight him, and it was serious too, no jokes. And for some reason, I see the response from the fans, and everybody just starts saying, "Oh no, well Jake Paul don't need to fight Joshua. He need to stay away from that." Oh, appreciate that, D Brown. He's like, I'm hearing everybody say, "No, Jake Paul need to stay away from Joshua. He don't need to fight him." I'm confused, like, cause I'm looking at it from both sides. I'm like, okay, hold on. Like, I want to see Jake Paul get slept by a real boxer. Then I'm looking at it already. I'm like, why would somebody not want Jake Paul to get knocked out by a real boxer? That's what you've been asking for. Then the thing that got me the most was I realized then, I said, hold on. They don't want Anthony Joshua to fight Jake Paul? For what? Then the thing I thought about next was, oh, but they want Jake Paul to fight. They said Wilder should fight Jake Paul though. I mean, consistently every time I see Jake Paul name come up, and it's about him fighting a boxer who actually boxes, they always bring up Deontay Wilder's name. Consistently, every single time. Every time. And that kind of let me know everything I needed to know. I was like, hold on, man. So these people, based off of Anthony Joshua's last performance, and this is all facts, unbiased, anything else you want to know. It's just the truth. Because I had to think about it for a minute. Based off of Anthony Joshua's last performance, just based off of him and Wilder's last fight, his last fight, Wilder's last fight, just based off their last fight, you telling me that Joshua's too good to get in the ring with Jake Paul, but Wilder's not? I don't understand that because Joshua got knocked down in every round. Bro, do people know how bad a performance that is? The man got knocked down in every round except the second round. He got knocked down in the first, the third, the fourth, the fifth. The man lasted 5 rounds. That meant he got knocked down. He got knocked down in every round except the second round. I don't think people understand how bad that is. When Wilder fought, when he fought Tyson Fury, He didn't get knocked down in the first fight. Second fight, down in the third and the fifth. It went all the way to the seventh round. Then in the third fight, he was down in the third, 10th, and the 11th. He didn't get knocked down every round. This man was knocked down every round. And you got people sitting around. That's why I'm saying, man, that's how bad narratives. This is an example right here. This is why narratives is bad in boxing. And shout out to D Brown too. This is why narratives is bad in boxing. They got y'all thinking this man is so good that Jake Paul don't even need to get in the ring with him. And Jake Paul like seriously calling him out. Everybody like, no. Jake Paul don't need to get in the ring with him. They like, nah, he need to get in the ring with Wilder. I don't know if everybody know it or not, but and I hate to say this, but Anthony Joshua, I don't know if he ever been anybody's toughest fight. If you want to really break it all the way down. Because people talking like Wilder's just a bum or something like, oh yeah, you can just stick him up there with anybody. Bro, Jake Paul would never box again in his life. He get in the ring with Deontay Wilder. He'll never box again in his life. For real. With them same little punches Mike Tyson was getting off, he'll never box again in his life. Yeah. Straight up. Now this is why boxing is at a bad point right now. Now we got Joseph Parker, who just went out there and knocked out Vicoli early. And guess who went the distance with that? Come on, man. Dudes, think about it. Some losses ain't looking so bad right now. That's why I said people got the game messed up. Some losses ain't looking so bad right now. Now, Vicoli just went out there with Joseph Parker and got knocked out in a couple of rounds. And Wilder went 12 with that, and everybody like, oh, he need to retire. But we think that Jake Paul, after what Dubois just did against Anthony Joshua, that was like the easiest fight Dubois ever had. He knocked the man down in almost every round. And we think that Jake Paul is not enough for Anthony Joshua, but he can get in the ring with a guy like Wilder. Come on, man. Like the narrative that man can't box is getting extreme, and that just proves it right there. You can't look up one fight where he got knocked down in the first, the third, the fourth, the fifth round. Ever. And he's the smallest heavyweight. Ever. Like, think about it. And I had to sit back and think about it, honestly. I'm like, who is Anthony Joshua's, who? Did anybody say that Joshua was their toughest fight? I didn't see, the only person that probably would say that is Ngannou, and he's not a boxer who's been a boxer professionally his whole life. So that don't really count. I mean, who's gonna say it? Usyk said his toughest fight was Chisora. Jermaine Franklin, he might, but I don't think that was a hard fight to him for real. He looked like he handled himself well in that Joshua fight. It was a loss, but it wasn't like Joshua was trying to knock him out. Let's be real. Ruiz, I don't even know if Ruiz would say that. I think Ruiz would say Parker. And I'm being honest. Like, who is Joshua's? Ain't nobody on his resume gonna say, hey, that was my toughest fight. Yeah, Pulev, he ain't gonna say that either. He gonna say Klitschko. That's what I'm saying. Ain't nobody on Joshua's resume gonna say that was my toughest fight. Dominic Brazil, he ain't gonna say it. He gonna say Wilder. Eric Molina, he ain't gonna say it. He gonna say Wilder. That's what I'm saying. Nobody on his resume. Charles Martin, Charles Martin fought him, but he might not even say that. Even though he got out of there quick. Yeah, I mean, you can possibly say that. I mean, he might say that. He might say that. That's probably the only one. That's probably the only one. But I don't know what is this. That's why I say narratives in boxing is dangerous. This is what I'm here for. I almost forgot what I was here for the other day. I was like, man, why do I be doing this sometimes? Oh, well, that's the reason. This the reason right here. So everybody right now, most boxing fans think Wilder trash enough to the point where if he get in the ring with Jake Paul got a chance. But Anthony Joshua, who just got knocked down in almost every round in a 5-round fight, the man got knocked down in almost every round. You gotta think about that. He almost got knocked down in every round in a 5-round fight. The first, third, fourth, fifth, knocked around. But for some reason, they say he more qualified to box than Wilder is. I don't know where that narrative coming from in boxing, but nobody has no evidence to back that up. That's why I say people don't watch boxing. I don't think they watched the last fight he had. You couldn't have. No way. Nah, you couldn't have seen the last fight he had. What? Nah. Nah. You couldn't have. That's what I'm saying, bro. This right here further proves right here that people let Joshua and Fury off the hook for going out there getting outboxed by Usyk. They act like it did not happen. Like a cruiserweight did not just step into the heavyweight division. These guys got 2 chances to fight this man in their prime. To fight this guy. Now all of a sudden, as soon as Tyson Fury start fighting him, he ain't in his prime no more. So you done aged yourself out. You should have stepped in the ring with this guy as soon as you had the chance. He older than you. So it's a narrative going around right now that Joshua is too qualified and too good to get in the ring with Jake Paul. I don't know who's I don't know. I know heavyweight boxing too well to be talking like that. What? This guy? Did y'all see the last fight he was in? We talking about can't box. Bro, did y'all see the last? Do I gotta pull up the stats of the last fight the man was in? Let me just pull up the stats so I don't look like a hater. But when I tell you the stats is bad, it's bad. The man is getting a good pass in boxing right now. I just want everybody to look at this and read this. I just want everybody to read that on the screen right there. Okay. I just want everybody to read that on the screen. Now, if Jake Paul, now I know a lot of people ain't gonna like to hear this, but you know, the truth is very scary sometimes. But trust me, if everybody think that Jake Paul can jump in the ring with Wilder, he can definitely hop in the ring with this guy. I don't know where everybody just think that certain heavyweights are just more qualified, and they must have seen the last fight he was in. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this up there now. And this ain't the troll or be funny. This is not a joke, not trolling. But for some reason, people just I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But the only boxer name I've heard people say they want to see Jake Paul in the ring with is Wilder. And I'm like, nah, this is getting out of hand now. Nah. He says, nah, I want to fight Anthony Joshua. I think I can beat him. People like, nah, nah. So now y'all don't want him to fight a boxer? A real boxer? He's already fought in Ghana. Don't act like we got high standards now. He's already fought in Ghana, so make that move. But to make it seem like he just coming off a performance where Jake Paul should just be scared of him, nah. I don't know where that's coming from. I don't. I'm confused, man. I'm confused. If you look at that's what I'm saying. You coming off two different type of performances right here. And he's and if you look at come on, man. Like, come on. Same round and everything. But one guy didn't get knocked down 4 times before we got to the 5th round. That's why I say the media is very dangerous, bro. They try to make it seem like Wilder the one that got knocked down 4 or 5 times in the last fight. That was Joshua that happened to. They said Wilder was down from a right prior to the stoppage. They said it like that because he was standing up and they waved it off. Which was a good idea. Go ahead and just you know, because people try to make it seem like dudes ain't like nobody got a chin or something. Like, oh man, ain't got no chin. Having a chin mean not being able to get up and just getting hit easily. But Jake Paul is definitely he wants to fight Anthony Joshua. I would let him get in the ring with him. I'm confused why people are against that. As I said earlier, the only boxer I've heard people actually say they want Jake Paul to get in the ring with was Wilder. But then they say Jake Paul, no, don't get in the ring with Joshua. Y'all don't think Joshua good enough to get in the ring with Jake Paul? I was hearing people saying like, nah, that's too dangerous for Jake Paul. So that kind of took me into a direction where I'm like, hold on. So is it? So y'all think Joshua still levels above Wilder or something? Oh, okay. I don't know about that. If we seen the last fight he was in, he's on the outside looking in for real. It's gonna be hard for him to get a win right now. Even though Zane got stopped in his last fight, it'll be hard for Joshua to get in the ring with that guy right now. Just because he still got that power. So there ain't no easy fights at heavyweight. But yeah, that kind of surprised me. People just talking about Wilder like, yeah, he can fight Jake Paul. That ain't man. That come on, man. I mean, I know people think he not a good boxer or whatever. He got even though he got a bronze medal. That to my in my eyes, if Wilder got a bronze medal in the Olympics, and people think he can't box, that means everybody else can't box either. Then how you let him get a bronze medal? You said I didn't even know people still talked about Wilder anymore. Man, come on, man, don't come here trolling. First of all, these these other boxers y'all talking about, they need a promoter from Saudi Arabia to get them big fights. So those other boxers, I could talk about Wilder any other day. These other guys ain't doing nothing. I still gotta wait on them to get in the big fight. Why shouldn't I talk about Wilder right now? Luke Campbell, bruh. Why should I talk about any of these other boxers right now? Are we serious? I can talk about Wilder every day. You say you haven't heard about him in a long time, bro. Most of your favorite channels, their biggest videos are Deontay Wilder. Matter of fact, you can't name not one heavyweight right now that any of these guys that got podcasts right now was watching before Deontay Wilder got in the heavyweight division. And that's a fact. The reason why most of these guys got boxing podcasts is because of Deontay Wilder. They started they boxing podcast when Wilder started boxing. Not when Floyd Mayweather and Canelo and all these guys started boxing. So yeah, he's always the news. Are we serious? The fact that that's even a joke, we wouldn't even know who Andrew Ruiz is right now if it wasn't for Deontay Wilder. Like, come on now. Let's keep it a buck. But yeah, like I was saying though, if you look at a lot of these guys' resumes and stuff like that, you said the heavyweight division has moved on now with Cavier, Moses Otama. Moses Otama is 20 years old. He just turned 20 years old. And the last guy he fought hasn't fought in 18 months. And he's 20 years old. I mean, it's the heavyweight division. Cavier, I mean, he's been doing stuff. But Coley just got stopped. Come on, bro. I'm giving McCauley a pass, but you just proved your bias right there. You gonna throw McCauley name up there? I ain't never seen Deontay Wilder get in the ring and look like McCauley just did. That's what this is why I say these people be showing their biasness in boxing. And this is why people like Dana White is stepping into boxing now. This dude just put McCauley's name up there. Like he didn't just get his ass knocked out recently. Bruh, please take McCauley's name down immediately. Please. That's why I say dudes be taking, this is the biasness I talk about in boxing. When it comes to these fans, when they talking about heavyweight division, and they be speaking on Deontay Wilder. This dude got McCauley's name up there, who's done nothing in boxing except beat a prospect. I don't care. Deontay Wilder fought Joseph Parker on 3 weeks' notice. And Joseph Parker had just had 3 or 4 fights that year. What are you talking about? This is why we can't have everybody talking about boxing these days. This is the problem right here. Deontay Wilder fought Joseph Parker on 3 weeks' notice, while everybody else gets 3 months. What are you talking about? This is why we can't have everybody reporting on boxing. This is the problem right here. Still gonna give McCauley credit for getting knocked out early. Man, please. Nah. You just proved your biasness right there. Oh, well, Wilder, he went 12 rounds with Parker. Look how bad that looks. And McCauley just got stopped by Parker. Make that make sense. That's why I'm saying these dudes be biased, bro. Wilder went out there and went 12 rounds with Parker on short notice. And this dude goes out there and gets stopped on short notice. He went out there and got stopped. And you notice how everybody just looks past that? Everybody like, well, I didn't see McCauley get stopped. It ain't that important to me. This is why I'm glad all this is happening, because this is why I say the people who love the way boxing is right now, the way it's structured, the way the system of boxing is right now, they're not going to love this change in boxing in a minute when you got to actually tell it straight down the middle. When you can't be biased like these guys is doing with this McCauley stuff. Like McCauley just better than Wilder or something now. Come on, man. The dude said, why we still talking about Wilder? Bro, didn't Tyson Fury just retire? And I told all of y'all that he wasn't coming back. While the whole media was, oh yeah, Tyson Fury, he finna come back. He ain't coming back. He ain't coming back. He been getting all favoritism and privileges and judging his whole career. He used to get the judging on his side all the time, and he used to get knocked down twice and getting a draw. You said, do I like the TKO boxing series? I like anything different from what's going on in boxing now. I don't like boxing now, where people can be openly biased and sit up here and celebrate a guy like McCauley getting knocked out early because he was on short notice, but another boxer who goes 12 rounds against Parker on short notice, all of a sudden he's trash. Yeah, we need guys like Dana White in boxing. Anything different for what's going on now? People have destroyed boxing with these narratives and these soccer fans that's coming into boxing. We gotta get these guys out of boxing. It has to get out of boxing immediately. The narratives in boxing is just it's too much. The narratives is almost bigger than the sport now. And when that start happening, that's when the sport start going down. But that's why people sit out here and say, man, do people have real fans? It's time to prove that you got real fans. Now what Dana White is gonna see, he gonna find out who got real fans out here. Cause I see the energy people put into trolling certain fighters and everything else, but at the end of the day, I don't know where this narrative is going, but the fact that you just said the heavyweight division has moved on with Bacoli, Parker, Moses Otama, and Caviel, those are four guys who never been champion, haven't done anything in the heavyweight division yet. Even though Parker's had some big wins, I thought he beat Joshua the first when they fought, but never been champion. How can they move on with the division and they never been champion? And you them and you know Dubois, he's the only guy. But that's just insane to me though. That's just insane. He said I'm 50-50 on Dana White. I mean Dana White's cool. Dana White's cool. He's all right. I think he's good for boxing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you got guys who's complaining about it, but the guys who complain about Dana White, I mean, what they like the way boxing been going so far. That's the weird part about it. Most of the guys who complaining about Dana White, they've been already complaining about how the way boxing been going. So now that some changes is being made, they like, oh, well, I don't like this either. Well, what do you like? I mean, you gotta like something because sooner or later, boxing is not finna go. Yeah, boxing is, bro. It's people don't understand. Boxing is cooked right now. It's a joke. The fact that people won't even look towards the um look at boxing in the Olympics is bad. People won't even look at boxing during the Olympics. That lets you know everything right there. Every other sport they look at during the Olympics. Boxing, nobody looks at. That's the perfect time to let you know what the world thinks about boxing. And they just showed it. You said Keyshawn is fighting Santos. I wish it was Andy Cruz. Yeah, I hope they sign the paperwork on that. I hope they do fight each other. Yeah, whoever if they fight each other, I'd like to see that. As far as Andy Cruz, they're not finna have Andy Cruz fight nobody right now. As far as like Keyshawn. I mean, whenever Andy Cruz does fight Keyshawn or whoever, he just needs to be ready because when that happens, he's not gonna be able to just fight regular opponents. So he's gonna have to fight guys like Keyshawn, Shakur, and De Los Santos and other guys too. So Andy Cruz got to be ready too. If not, he gonna be turned into a gatekeeper. 135 is no joke. So he needs to get all the experience and stuff that he can right now. Because once he get in the ring with Keyshawn, he needs to be ready. Even if he win or lose, then what? He gonna fight Lomachenko? Lomachenko go in there and put them hands on him. Because I don't know anybody picking Andy Cruz over Lomachenko right now. So maybe he need to pump the brakes a little bit. Yeah, he older. Yeah, he need to get himself right before he get into the mix, cause I ain't heard nobody say Andy Cruz will beat Lomachenko. Not one person. And Keyshawn got a better pro style than Andy Cruz does. I've been telling people that for a minute. Andy Cruz got a good style for amateurs, but he ain't got like a pro style really. It's starting to get there, but yeah, let me get back on my original topic though. I wanted to get this out the way though, so I can make this very clear. As far as the heavyweights in the division right now, yeah, we got guys fighting each other and winning and everything else. But the fact that people think that Joshua just on some kind of level to the point where it's too dangerous for Jake Paul to get in there, but everybody throwing Wilder name out there. So my thing is, why do people think Wilder's so trash and they overlooking what the bad fights that Joshua's had? Everybody a boxing expert, right? I mean everybody. But why they overlook when how bad Joshua looked against Andrew Ruiz? How he ain't had no chin in that fight. How everybody overlook how he looked regular against a lot of these guys. Now, this the funny part right here. Anthony Joshua, he can go the distance with. We go ahead and pull this up. He can go the distance with Jermaine Franklin, Andrew Ruiz, Parker, and everybody cool with that. And mind you, he's still not fighting the guys you asked him to fight. Even though he just fought Dubois, that wasn't the fight that everybody asked him to fight. That was not a fight everybody asked him to fight. People was not asking Anthony Joshua to fight Dubois. That was not a fight everybody was asking for. You said Dubois versus Wilder. Be honest, what happens right now? I don't know. Dubois on a hot streak. I mean, he'll be the favorite going into the fight. But if you said be honest, if you want me to say be honest, when Dubois in a ring with a guy who can get a clean shot on him and got power, yeah, you can get Dubois up out of there. Joshua hurt Dubois with a uppercut. He just act like he ain't never had nobody hurt before. And that's when he got knocked out at the end of the fight. You said AJ and Parker have a good resume. Joshua does not have a good resume. I don't know why everybody keeps saying that. Like that's another fake narrative in boxing. I'm glad you're here to clear that up for us. Thank you, Dry Turkey. Joshua does not have a good resume. He does not have a good resume. This man fought an MMA fighter. He fought Otto Wallin. He fought Helenius after Wilder knocked him out. He fought Pulev. He fought Usyk twice. Lost both of those fights. Then went the distance with Jermaine Franklin. Now everybody sit up here and say, "Nah, I know we got good heavyweights in America," but I'm gonna give you an example right here. They say America don't have good heavyweights. You said Wilder's punch power didn't look like they affected Zane. That's all right. I mean, maybe it didn't. That was only one fight. All the other fights, his punch power was, and Parker fight. I heard he was injured. Maybe that was the reason. People will say that's an excuse. Cool. But he was able to get Tyson Fury down every time, almost every time he got in the ring with him. First and third fight. So he has more credibility than anybody else. These other guys ain't knocking people out like that. That's what we got to realize. These other guys ain't knocking people out like that. These other heavyweights in boxing, they're not knocking people out like Deontay Wilder. You won't ever see that happen again for the next 20 years, probably. These other guys ain't knocking people out. They get in the ring with Andrew Ruiz, they going 12 rounds. These guys ain't knocking people out like that. Heavyweight division is going to be boring again in a minute. It's not going to be exciting. Not finna see another Deontay Wilder. These dudes ain't knocking people out like that. I'm just being honest. Ain't none of these guys knocking people out like that. The excitement of the heavyweight division is going away now. And it was ruined because people trying to age each other out. That's why Turkey Out of Sheik them finna expose it. That's why he like, I don't want to play those type of games. But as far as when they was talking, you was just saying his now they say that Deontay Wilder they said that America doesn't have any heavyweights. But Jermaine Franklin went the distance with Joshua. He's an American heavyweight. Matter of fact, almost every time Joshua fights an American heavyweight, he struggles. Or it's a tough fight. Some of his toughest fights. Especially with Ruiz and Franklin. That just goes to show he probably would have had a loss if he was over here. And the man fought Parker young. Like Parker's what, 33 right now? So he fought Parker when the man fought Parker when he was 26. Like, let's be real. That's another thing he likes to do. Because I cover boxing. Another thing that he likes to do is Anthony Joshua likes to fight those guys around the age of 26, 27. You know, like he just did Dubois recently. Around that age. Catch them before they hit 30. You said purpose scenery Wilder, 20 years old. So, Manny Stewart, who would you train him? I mean, to be honest with you, Emmanuel Stewart, I mean, I'm not, to be honest with you, this is the funny thing about it. And I understand what you're saying, Dry Turkey, but this is the funny thing about it, though, when it comes to Wilder. A lot of people act like he failed or something. The man started boxing at, organized boxing 21. Olympics, 23? Medalist, 23? The man's 43-4. He's fought the best before everybody else did. The man was in boxing after all these other guys. He was in boxing after Tyson Fury, after what's his name? You know, Joshua, all these other guys. After these guys was already in boxing, that's when he got in. And if you look at his career, the man tried to fight the best. These other guys ain't fought the best. Every time Joshua stepped up to fight a tough fight, he's lost. Hasn't even looked good in the fight. Something people don't want to talk about or don't want to speak about. Every time Joshua has stepped up to fight someone tough, especially in this era of boxing, he has looked bad. You know what I'm saying? It's been a lot of people getting passes in this generation of boxing. Oh, he said Torres is American. Don't think he is too much to write home about though. Yeah. Torres, he decent. Yeah, he decent. He getting better. He gonna need some time to develop though. I don't know if he's ready to go out there yet, but we'll see his next fight coming up. But this stuff that people gotta realize though, because they'll talk about Wilder like, man, he can't box. He ain't never looked the way Joshua did his last fight. Do people understand? Joshua was knocked down 4 times in a 5-round fight. First, third, fourth, fifth round, the man got knocked down. And it was counted out. The last fight that Wilder was in was Zane. The man got dropped, stood right up, they waved the fight off. And he got hit with a punch he didn't see because the referee ran across his face. So yeah, the biasness is just at an extreme level right now. This is why when people complain about the Dana White stuff, I'm like, you know what? I don't care. Whatever changes need to be made, make them happen. There's too much stuff going on right now where people are. It's turning into backyard boxing. What's going on, Elder Pal? But it triggered me when people sitting up here saying they don't want to see Jake Paul in the ring with Joshua. Why not? And they're not saying it like, ugh, that's a terrible fight. That's bad for boxing. No, they're saying it like they're scared of for Jake Paul's safety or whatever. Like, and I'm like, hold on, he already signed to fight Canelo. After that, that's kind of out the window. You said Wilder got beat on badly in that Fury rematch fight in the second half of the trilogy was tough to watch. Those fights took everything out of Wilder. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard in my life. Joshua got dropped in the first, third, fourth, and fifth round of his last fight. You can't find not one fight that Deontay Wilder has where he got dropped 4 times in the first 5 rounds, bro. Even the last fight that he was in against Zhang, he stood right up and was counted out. Waved off. He stood right up after getting hit with a punch that he couldn't even see. What you mean beat on badly? He stood right up after he got punched in the last fight by a punch he didn't even see when his back was turned. Which shows that he has a chin, because most guys who don't have a chin would have been put to sleep. Joshua got hit in the first, third, fourth, fifth round. That was the easiest fight Daniel Dubois ever had in his career. And you're talking about how Wilder looked bad against Tyson Fury. Why would he not look bad against Tyson Fury if he was trying to knock Tyson Fury out? Let me tell you what kind of things that guys like Wilder exposes. Deontay Wilder exposes that a lot of these guys have never seen a boxer actually try to go out there and destroy the guy in the ring with them. So a lot of these guys are actually they're used to seeing their favorite boxer actually go out there and fight for a paycheck instead of actually fighting for like a warrior to actually try to take this man's take the man out. So that's what's missing in boxing right now. That's why a lot of people got excited about Deontay Wilder. That's why a lot of people don't even know what happened in Anthony Joshua's last fight. A lot of people don't even know what happened in Anthony Joshua's last fight. They don't know how many times he got knocked down. They don't know the guy he got knocked down by. They don't know nothing about his last fight. Nothing. Nothing at all. So that narrative as far as, oh man, that last fight took everything out of Wilder. Bro, that's why I said the narratives in boxing this is why people like Dana White are stepping into boxing. The narratives is getting dry. They're not helping sell any fights. It just lies at this point. None of this stuff y'all say ever come true. There's no proof of none of this stuff you're talking about. You can't find me not one fight where Deontay Wilder's got knocked down 4 times in the first 5 rounds. But when it comes to Anthony Joshua, you guys, he's supposed to be one of the faces of boxing. But y'all don't remember that this guy, what's going on, Aaron? Anthony Joshua was supposed to be the face of boxing. But y'all can't remember this guy got knocked down 4 times in his last fight? In the first 5 rounds? But you coming up here telling me how you remember how Deontay Wilder got beat badly in the Fury rematch? And the second half of that trilogy was hard to watch? How? He had 4 knockdowns in 3 fights. You can't name none of your favorite boxers who had 4 knockdowns in 3 fights in a trilogy. You can't say that about Fury. You can't say that about Usyk. Well, you can't say that about Fury in Wilder fight, but I'm talking about as far as in the Fury Usyk trilogy, no. No knockdowns. What else? Canelo Triple G, no knockdowns. None of those. None of those fights. I don't know where this narrative is coming from where that's what I'm saying. Like, can y'all prove that these guys are as big as everybody say they are? I don't know where this narrative comes from that Deontay Wilder got beat badly. What do you think happened in Anthony Joshua's last fight? The very last fight he had. Not the fight he had 3 years ago. I ain't talking about Ruiz or Usyk. I'm talking about the very last fight he had, where they just was talking about he needs to retire. Where all the people in his country were saying he needs to retire. That fight. You telling me he didn't get beat badly in that fight? That guy's not as popular as I thought he was. People don't even know what happened to him in his last fight. That's crazy. Well, wasting my time talking about him. People don't even know what happened to him in his last fight. Yeah, shout out to Aaron, man. What's going on? But the biggest narrative in boxing, though, is this Deontay Wilder narrative. It's just been, it's one of the worst narratives I heard so far, because you got guys who actually know boxing that's going along with it. And I just feel like, man, you know, like, how was this going to change? Do I have to destroy narratives like this one that just came up, that Dry Turkey put up? Wilder got beat badly in the Fury rematch. What do you think happened to Anthony Joshua in every loss he had? He got beat badly against Usyk twice. He got beat badly against Ruiz to the point where he never came back to America and fought again. Got beat badly against Dubois. I don't know. Dry Turkey might be an agent or something like that. Who do you work for? That sound like narratives you pushing. So don't nobody remember that Joshua got dropped 4 times in 4 different rounds in his last fight that only went 5 rounds. So nobody remembers that. Is the man an elite boxer? Does he have elite skills at heavyweight? I'm asking. Has that changed now or what? Does the man have elite skills at heavyweight? Is he an elite boxer? Is he one of the best? Can he box? Four times in his last fight in the first 5 rounds? But we have a guy coming here telling me how Wilder got beat on badly in that Fury rematch fight, and the second half of that trilogy was tough to watch. Those fights took everything out of Wilder. Joshua got dropped 4 times in 4 different rounds. His last fight that went 5 rounds. And you have nothing to say about that. That didn't take anything out of Joshua. Because he got all the muscles. They didn't take nothing out of him, huh? For some, he got all the muscles, but he don't have a better chin than Wilder. Because when Wilder gets dropped and stopped, it's not because he don't have a chin. It's because he's tired. He doesn't have the weight that everybody else has. He's not 300 pounds. Usually guys have to lean on him. And when he gets dropped, he jumps straight up. And he hasn't been dropped as much as y'all think he has. And Parker didn't drop him. Like Bacoli got dropped. Everybody thought Parker ain't had no power because Wilder was taking the shots from Parker. But Parker go in the ring and catch Bacoli with that same shot, knock him out. And then people try to make it seem like going 12 rounds of Parker is supposed to be embarrassing. And Wilder took that fight on short notice. So, like, come on now. One of my worst losses is Joseph Parker. Think about it. You guys, how do people think they know boxing? You're laughing because one of his worst losses is Joseph Parker? Going 12 rounds with him? Okay. I can't believe I gotta actually come on here and explain that. You got everybody out here talking about, yeah, man. Shoot, I love to see Wilder fight Jake Paul. He need to fight Jake Paul. Oh, what about Joshua? Nah, man, Joshua, he got too much skills, man. That'd be too much for Jake Paul. How he got too much skills? So he just levels above Wilder now. Man, y'all better get out. Y'all better get away from them. Man, look. I heard ESPN was getting rid of boxing. Y'all ain't got to talk like ESPN no more. You ain't got to do it, okay? These people be turned off the TV, still talking like how they do on TV. Come on, man. And I like heavyweight boxing, but these dudes ain't boxing like that at heavyweight. Didn't Usyk just prove that? I could have sworn Usyk just went to heavyweight and just beat everybody these guys been bragging about all these years that can box. Usyk just proved that all these people that everybody talking about can box can't box. They had a chance to show that they can box. 2 chances. Usyk going back and fighting all these guys twice. And they quick to say he ain't an all-time great. The rest of these guys, oh yeah, they great. Man, these dudes, that's what I'm saying, man. The narratives is hurting the sport, man. It really has. It's so many things. Because I got a video I'm actually supposed to be doing later on. I'm going to come back and do it because I'm supposed to do it. I'm going to do it after I get off of here. But I got to do a video later on where, you know, everything's coming out now. That everything I've been saying is coming true. Boxing will never be the same as what it was the last few years that people been looking at it. It's official. And we're not talking about Dana White. We're talking about past Dana White. I knew it was going to change. I'm not going to say how I knew, I probably save that for, if anybody want to become a member, you can definitely do that. But the way boxing is gonna change soon, all this stuff that people's talking about as far as ducking and uh oh, this guy's trash and that guy's trash, bro, all that's finna go away. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Sooner or later, you're gonna be finding out who's gonna fight each other before the fight even ends. So all the energy all the stuff that people have been talking about as far as boxing, that they love to talk about in their spare time, as far as who's ducking and how much this person gonna get, all that stuff finna go away. So now you're gonna have to actually get up and talk about boxing now. Oh, that's crazy, right? Wow. Gotta actually talk about boxing now. Because I'm starting to realize now, ain't nobody watching Anthony Joshua fight. Yeah. You say he lost his confidence? Yeah, he did lose his confidence. We already seen the best of him. It's all downhill from now. Yeah, you're right. It's facts. I don't think my thing is, I don't think Joshua is as bad as, probably I even make it sound. I'm not saying the guy's a bad fighter. What I'm saying is, and I agree with what Aaron's saying, my thing is, people are trying to make it seem like Wilder is super trash. Bruh, I'm gonna be honest with you. And this is no offense to anybody on YouTube or internet or anybody that knows boxing. And this is no offense to anybody. Nobody can have an argument with me and explain to me how Joshua is better than Deontay Wilder when it comes to boxing. You can't explain that to me. Nobody can prove it. There's not any facts that can back it up. The man got dropped 4 times in his last fight in the first 5 rounds. Deontay Wilder is like 50 pounds less than Tyson Fury. And the man got in the ring with him and was never touching the ground the first fight. The second fight, we already know how that went and what was explained about that and how everything looked shaky about that. But, third fight comes out, drops the man twice. Boom, boom, boom. I think he dropped, he dropped him twice. So the thing about it, let me tell you how biased everybody was. So they're trying to explain to me that Wilder going 12 rounds with Tyson Fury, dropping him twice, is for some reason supposed to be negative. Oh, he can't box. If he can go 12 rounds with Tyson Fury, drop him twice, and he's good enough to last 12 rounds with him and box with him that long, how he can't box? That's what kind of confused me about when everybody say, "Oh, he can't box." How? I mean, Joshua struggled trying to last 12 rounds with Andrew Ruiz. What are we talking about? He struggled trying to last 12 rounds with Andrew Ruiz. We're talking about Andrew Ruiz that had just lost to Parker. He struggled to last 12 rounds with him. Even in the second fight, he was on the bike. He was on his back foot heavy, running, as they like to say. Matter of fact, I'll go out here on a limb right now and say Anthony Joshua got one of the biggest passes in boxing by nobody saying that he was running the Andrew Ruiz fight. When he fought Andrew Ruiz the second time in Saudi Arabia, he was running. He stepped to him a couple of times, but he was on the bike. He was running. Let's keep it a buck. It went 12 rounds. Everybody acted like he had a knockout win in the first round. I mean, the man toughest fights lately been Americans. That's why it was funny when Chisora was saying something about Americans. Like, bro, stop it. Some of y'all toughest fights been against Americans. Let's cut it out. That's why I'm confused by people saying, "Oh man, well, you know, Joshua just be too much for Jake Paul. He need to stay away from Joshua. That's not a fight for him. He need to fight Wilder." But y'all talking like Wilder is the easy fight. That's crazy to me. Now, all these legends in heavyweight boxing in history, if everybody say they know boxing like they say they do, if you look at it, all these guys got losses. That's heavyweight fighters. And none of them is as small as Wilder is. And a lot of them ain't got as many knockouts as him. So that's the thing that trips me out on what they're talking about. I'm like, and they acting like the man's going out there getting put to sleep. Some half of the stoppages and half of them are stoppages. Fight got waved off. He ain't going out there getting put to sleep. That's what they want to happen. See, when Tyson Fury get put to sleep on his back, they made him look like a warrior. Tyson Fury got put to sleep on his back. They made him look like a warrior. He got up. They let him go on and fight through it. They ain't waved the fight off or nothing. They gave him every chance they could because they believed in him. Now, every other person who would have been on their back sleep like that, they would have waved the fight off. But not Tyson Fury. They believe in him. So let's go ahead and give him every chance we can. Let's not wave the fight off. But, man, people know what time it is. People go back and watch the fight. They know what time it is. They know what's up. That Usyk fight cleaned that up right up. It explained everything right there. You could think the man was lying about Fury cheating or not. I just know this. Ever since Fury been in that fight, he ain't been looking like how he looked in that fight. Fury, the Tyson Fury, I know he looked exactly like how he was supposed to in that first fight with Wilder. The first fight that was a draw where he got dropped twice. That's the way he was looking in that Usyk fight. Now that second fight and the third one, I don't know. I'm just being real. I'm not being funny. I'm being real. Because if so, the man would be dominating right now. The man looked bad against Ngannou, man. Like, what kind of excuse I'm going to come up with right now? Tyson Fury looked bad against Ngannou, and you had everybody in the world coming out with excuses. That's when I knew it was over. You can go back to my videos and just look at the old ones. I knew it was over then. I said, people are coming up with excuses. Why this man is looking, why he looked bad against Ngannou? I said, nah, he's done. He's done. He's done. The media never comes out and speaks out for an athlete, especially when it comes to boxing. They didn't speak up for Canelo. A couple of guys. They spoke up for Ryan. But when it came to Tyson Fury, man, they spoke up for that guy. I'm like, what? He was out of shape. How do you know? And the funny part about it is, Tyson Fury, you heard people from his camp and everyone else saying this. Now, as far as Wilder, you didn't hear nobody say nothing about no heavy suit, nothing. It was just a quote from a reporter or something. That went all the way around the world. All the way around the world. And that was a quote. It was never a video that came out or nothing. I was still trying to find the video. I'm like, dang, where that video was at? That wasn't even a video. You know how weird you gotta be to see a guy lose a fight? Then the first thing you want to see is figure out find out the reason why he said he lost the fight. That sounds dumb. That's dumb. I've never seen a guy lose a fight. Like, let me see. When Manny Pacquiao lost to Floyd, after the fight, I wasn't trying to figure out why Manny Pacquiao lost. Like, let me see why he said why he lost. Even when he said something, I don't know what it was, like his shoulder or whatever. I forgot what it was. I didn't care about none of that. But you got people that, I guess they just watch fights just to hear a reaction. Because for some reason, when Tyson Fury when everybody sat up here and said, oh, Tyson Fury, he ain't trained for the Ngannou fight. For some reason, that excuse just, nobody cared. To this day, nobody cares. The man's supposed to be one of the biggest stars in boxing, and nobody cared that was an excuse. But you'll still have people come in my comment section and comment, oh, well, Wilder said he had a heavy suit on against so-and-so. Okay, man, the man, he almost has 50 fights. He almost had 100% knockout rate. I mean, if he says that, he says that. What are we talking about? In what scenario am I going to go out there and doubt a boxer who almost got 100% knockout rate and be like, man, you got excuses, man. Like, y'all sound crazy, man. For real. Y'all sound crazy. But a dude who got dropped 4 times in the first 5 rounds, you going to forget about all that. Anthony Joshua got knocked down 4 times in his first five rounds of the last fight that went 5 rounds against Dubois. But people's acting like Wilder got dropped that many times. That man ain't got dropped that many times. He just fights so much, and he fights good competition that you see him so much that it makes it seem like that he's been dropped that many times because he's been in so many wars. And he's been in so many meaningful fights that actually mean something. That's why it seems like he's been dropped so many times. These other guys, they've been in so many meaningless fights that you don't even watch these guys, so you don't care what happened to them. You got heavyweights that just fought recently. Caviel and Zhang had an awesome fight recently. Ain't nobody talking about that fight because they hung up on names. Caviel out here winning every fight. That man ain't lost not one fight. Went out there and just stopped Zhang in the worst way. Nobody cares that Caviel just stopped Zhang. If anybody understands what I'm saying. I don't want people to get half of what I'm saying, then try to figure out what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, when it comes to to Jake Paul, the only name I'm hearing is Wilder. But most of the fan bases out here do not want to see him fight Joshua. They don't want to see Jake Paul fight Joshua, even though he just called Joshua out to a real fight. Now, Jake Paul usually doesn't call boxers out just to troll, because I don't think he did that much with Canelo. But when he did it, he got a fight. Now, Joshua, he's really trying to fight Anthony Joshua. He said, I really think I can fight him and beat him. And he said, we're good friends, and they're friends. That's the sad part about it. We got a guy who's not a real boxer who says, hey, I'm friends with Joshua, I'll fight him. And the first thing I seen all the fans say is, nah, I don't want to see that fight, man. I don't want to see that with Joshua. I'm like, hold on, why? Oh, Joshua destroyed Jake Paul. Okay, he still want to get in the ring with him. But then I had to double back, and I'm like, hold on. People were just saying that they wanted to see Wilder in the ring with Jake Paul. Then I had to think about it. I'm like, that is the only name I've been seeing that people say they want to see Jake Paul in the ring with. So people just think that Wilder just a trash boxer to the point where Anthony Joshua just too good to get in the ring with Jake Paul, but Wilder, he's good enough because he can't box. Come on, man. And how many times did Jake Paul and Joshua get dropped in his last fight by Dubois? 4 times in 5 rounds. So I don't even know if the man got a chin enough to even go out there and, get a chance to knock out Jake Paul. If I was to be unbiased and truthful and just talk about facts. But this whole narrative that, man, come on, man. The narratives in boxing, telling you, it sounds good. I mean, you can really write a movie around it, but that's all it is. It's just a movie. It's just a movie script. That's all people run with. They grab the scripts and they watch the fight, and that's just how they see it. But nah, man, come on. Like this explains right here the biasness in boxing. The fact that this man is not a big star. If I sit up here and say this man is not a big star in boxing every day for the rest of his career, people gonna think I'm being mean. But they can't even remember this guy got dropped in the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th round of his last fight. And they talking about they want to see him fight Tyson Fury and everything else. And, oh, yeah, Wilder need to hang it up. Bro, Wilder ain't never got dropped that many times in 5 rounds. Are you serious? Y'all are being biased. Now y'all want. Now I'm offended because one of my favorite fighters, y'all want him just to retire because you don't like him. Because of where he from or whatever it is. I don't know what it is. Because at this point, it got to be something like that because Joshua, his last performance was horrible. It was bad. It was bad to the point where a lot of people that know him and that's from the country he's from, they were saying he needs to retire. Seriously. They don't even know who he's going to fight next. You got certain people talking about, well, he need to have a farewell fight. All kind of stuff. And now I'm starting to wonder, like, okay, this is why people were celebrating so much when Jared Anderson lost. They got some little secret competition going on where they're trying to have the Olympics in the pros. And it's not going to work out the way they're thinking, just to be honest with you. If people think this is going to be an America versus whatever type of situation, it's not going to work out the way you think. I'm just being honest with you. It hasn't been working out. Instead of trying to have a fight, man, Joshua should have went ahead and just fought back then. The fights he should have went ahead and took. He let Usyk come into the picture, take all the belts, take all the shine. And now he's not even going to be known as the best of his era. Joshua's not even going to be known as the best heavyweight in his country when he hangs it up. And people did all that arguing and stuff for him just so they can put down Wilder all those years. He's not even going to be known as the best heavyweight of his era in his own country. He might be the 3rd or 4th or something like that. He said, have you heard anybody say they want to see Wilder versus Jake Paul before Jake called out Joshua? I'm just wondering. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why I was bringing it up, Aaron. I have been seeing it for like, I've been seeing them talking about Wilder versus Jake Paul for like, I want to say since Tank fought Frank Martin. Like, they've been talking about it every time. Oh, why don't he fight Wilder? Why don't he fight Wilder? Why don't he fight Wilder? I'm like, no, he can fight Wilder. But then I seen everybody the other day, because I ain't got no problem with it. I ain't going to sit here and get mad if people want to see. But the other day I seen people sitting up here saying, oh, well, nah, Joshua too much for Jake Paul. I'm like, bro, I don't know if y'all know it or not, but Joshua is unproven, bro. I don't know if that need to be a conversation that's had, but he's unproven. Every time he stepped up, But yeah, I understand what Aaron's saying. Yeah, because you don't really see it really, but I be watching so much boxing content. I just see it. I see it all the time, and the only reason I'm mad is because I had diehard fans that watch boxing that literally was okay with Jake Paul versus Wilder, but they'll sit up here and was like, no, no, not Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua got flatlined his last fight badly. You know what I'm saying? This shows me right here that without Wilder, people don't watch heavyweight boxing like that. If you don't know that if you ain't watch Joshua and Dubois, what heavyweight fight you gonna want to watch? You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking about in general, any boxing fan. If they ain't watching Joshua or Dubois, they ain't interested in heavyweight boxing. They just want to see Wilder knock somebody out. So you got fake fans out here that act like they invested in heavyweight boxing. They like, oh, man, Wilder needs to learn how to box and do this and that. Man, can't none of these dudes box like that. All these guys one-dimensional. If they ain't knocking nobody out, they gotta outbox somebody. Everybody that's a heavyweight is not knocking nobody out. That's one thing. When they fight guys the same size as them, you find out they ain't really got no power like that. Then you find out that a lot of these guys is picking and choosing opponents. That's getting exposed right now. Because one narrative that been pushed a long time is people saying Wilder don't fight nobody. He been picking easy opponents. He ain't got no names on his resume. But Bacoli just got stopped by Joseph Parker, and Wilder lasted 12 rounds. And you know what? I'm not even a petty guy. I didn't even think about that until I got on here today. I'm not even petty like that. I didn't even think about Parker dropping Bacoli compared to Wilder going 12 rounds with him until I got on live today. Because I'm not really petty like that. I'm not sitting around here trying to compare everybody to Wilder. But the disrespect though, nah. I don't want to hear that no more. Y'all talking about heavyweights now like they really good, like these dudes are George Foreman for real. Nah, no way. Nah, these dudes ain't that good, man. Sorry to tell you. Sorry to tell you. And I feel bad for Anthony Joshua because no disrespect to him, but I feel like he does have real fans in the UK. But as far as the fans that was over here talking about he better than Wilder, they've been saying that for the last 10 years. Yeah, y'all gotta eat this one. Cause this man got dropped 4 times in his last fight in 5 rounds and you can't remember nothing? How you can't remember that? How was he a big name in boxing and you can't remember that he got dropped 4 times by Dubois? When that happens, that means you don't have a chin. I'm not saying that he doesn't have a chin. I'm saying usually when that happens in boxing, the boxing public will usually go around saying that that particular boxer doesn't have a chin and that he's chinny and that, he's done and he might not be the same. Like Dry Turkey said earlier, he said Wilder got beat on badly in that Fury rematch fight. And the second half of that trilogy was tough to watch. Those fights took everything out of Wilder. Now, mind you, Joshua got dropped in the first, the third, the fourth, and the 5th round of his last fight. And the fight was only 5 rounds. So that means he got dropped in 4 rounds out of 5 of his last 5 rounds. Nobody said that Joshua was done or that everything got took out of Joshua in that fight. And you can't find out one fight where Wilder got beat down like that. Even in the 3rd fight against Fury, he didn't get dropped the 2nd and 3rd time until like the 10th and 11th round. This man was getting dropped in the 1st, 3rd, and 4th round. And nobody's going to say that he's not, Joshua's never going to be the same. Have you guys noticed that? So we have guys that go 12 rounds that fans will say they will never be the same. But we got guys that go 5 rounds and everybody say he should get in the ring with Tyson Fury next. How do we know he's good enough to get in the ring with Tyson Fury? He got knocked out in the 5th round. He got dropped 4 times. They want the man to immediately go in the ring with Tyson Fury? Come on, man. Think about that. Just think about that. That's almost like Wilder getting dropped that many. So if Wilder would have got dropped in the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th round against Dubois, y'all would have said, oh, hey, just fight Anthony Joshua next. We want to see that fight anyways. See the double standards? So when Anthony Joshua, he can get in the ring with Tyson Fury right now after getting dropped that many times. But if Wilder get dropped in the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th round, they gonna say, oh, well, nah, Wilder ain't earned that fight. He looked bad his last fight. He got to look good before he get a fight. Man, stop it. This is the problem with boxing, and this is why the changes are being made the way they are. Yeah, they just Wilder haters, yeah. Yeah, Joshua don't got that many fans in America. But this goes to show that the media in boxing, this is why all this stuff is going away. Because they are painting certain narratives that are destroying boxing. Some of Joshua's toughest fights have been against American heavyweights. And 99.9% of the boxing people out here who experts will tell you America does not have good heavyweights. The toughest fights that Usyk had, one of them was against a guy from America. The guy who beat McCauley, his first fight was an American. But when Wilder lost last year, you had people saying, oh, American heavyweight's done. How was American heavyweights done when we had a cruiserweight beat McCauley? Oh, that don't matter. And we got people in America who really know boxing who say this stuff. This is the worst part of this is the part that hurt me the most. We got people who really know boxing that'll sit up here and fix their lips to sit up here and talk about how bad Wilder is. But you got Anthony Joshua, who had one of the worst performances you could ever have, lost every second of that fight against Daniel Dubois. A guy who's not supposed to be better than him for the next 3 years. But the difference between him and Daniel Dubois is Daniel Dubois, he stepped up to the plate. When it was time to make a fight happen, he made it happen. The reason why people are making such a big deal about Daniel Dubois is because he's doing things we wanted Anthony Joshua to do. Do you understand that? Everybody that Daniel Dubois is fighting, we want Anthony Joshua to fight. Joe Joyce, Hergovic, Jarrell Miller, all these guys. See, I ain't got to expose nothing. The younger generation going to expose everything. Like, people expect me to get up here and expose Joshua. I ain't got to expose Joshua. He got a guy right behind him who going to do everything that fans said they want to see. You see how fast they replaced Joshua? They talking about farewell fights now. They planning his retirement. Think about that. You got your own fans planning your retirement. Oh yeah, just give us that Fury fight and then you can go ahead. We got this Moses Atama guy. We already got your replacement. Yeah, we like McCauley too. We'll have him around, but you know, that Moses guy, we're gonna replace him. You know, we're gonna replace you with him. They already got this dude replacement and everything, man. So don't act like I'm just sitting around wanting one of our guys to be in that position. Nah, he's not in a good spot right now. That's why I'm saying people might want to give him that Jake Paul fight. That would actually be a good bounce back for him. You know, if I was him, I would have saved that Ngannou fight for now. Now would have been a good time to pull out that Ngannou fight and get a second, third round knockout. But he used it up already. But you got people saying, nah, he's too skillful to get in the ring with Jake Paul. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do think he will beat Jake Paul. I do think he will beat Jake Paul. But the way he looked in that last fight, he was still embarrassing himself. Even with a win. This goes to show that this man has not been fighting top competition. If he'd been fighting good competition his whole career, and his resume was as good as everybody say, he wouldn't be shaky the way he is right now. He'll be a sure person. We've seen guys get knockouts and go out there and lose badly, then come back and be able to bounce back, but this is different. And I want to get to some other stuff, but it blows my mind that, you know, people still talking like this is 2015. I'm just being real. I'm not no super young dude or nothing like that, but you got dudes who young talking like this 2015. Like, bro, it's time to move on with the times, bro. Y'all still talking about guys getting ducked and this and that and who can't box and all that, bro. A guy who got knocked down 4 times in 5 rounds. You talking about what heavyweights can't box better than him? Come on, man. Let's please stop it. Let's please stop it. See, a lot of times people look like haters. I look like a hater, or I look like I'm bashing somebody because I'm the only person telling the truth. Boxing is getting so bad right now. If you tell the truth, somebody think you're lying. And I'm trying to figure out, how did everybody miss Joshua's last fight? The man fought Daniel Dubois on the Turkey out of sheet card. Ain't nobody see it. He got dropped 4 times in 5 rounds. How do we know what Deontay Wilder has done in his career more than Anthony Joshua? I think people got to understand what I'm talking about, where I'm going with this. People know more about what Deontay Wilder has done in his career than they know about Anthony Joshua. Most people don't even know Anthony Joshua fought Joseph Parker before. Let's be real. Like, bro, these dudes need to be all thanking Deontay Wilder that he even boxes. Because without him, people don't even know who these guys are. Tyson Fury retired. Nobody cares. What is going on? That's why my energy was bad after that Wilder loss. After Wilder lost, I wasn't sad that he lost. I seen Mike Tyson lose most of the time when he was fighting when I was younger. By the time I was watching Tyson, he was losing all his fights. So I was feeling bad already then. But the reason why I was so upset when Wilder lost and certain people were celebrating was because these people don't watch boxing. Not only do they not watch boxing, how else do I say this? They wasn't celebrating like they love boxing. Like, trust me, bro, I done seen people who love boxing celebrate a win. Like when Canelo beat Triple G or whatever, you know when people are celebrating a win, like they love boxing. Those people who were celebrating Tyson Fury beating Wilder did not love boxing. They wasn't watching Tyson Fury when he fought Usyk. Just being honest. We didn't see those same people commenting. You see how many people was commenting and reacting when Wilder and Fury was fighting? Then you see him fight somebody else and nobody's commenting. So all I'm noticing now is, okay, where's all the people that was watching the Fury and Wilder fight? Why they not watching Fury and Usyk? Oh, because the guy they don't like is not boxing. Oh, okay. So they only watch boxing to watch the guy they don't like. Oh, okay. So why they don't like him? Oh, okay. It's all different reasons. So we have a group of people out here, and we're talking about celebrities. We have groups of celebrities who watch boxing just to see guys like Deontay Wilder lose. When Tyson Fury lost to Usyk, these people didn't react to Tyson Fury losing to Usyk. Am I lying? If anybody tell me, am I lying? Do y'all remember any celebrities reacting to Tyson Fury losing? They was big Tyson Fury fans when he beat Wilder. Do y'all remember any of those celebrities reacting to Tyson Fury losing to Usyk the first time or the second time? And we had 2 fights to get reactions too. None of them. They don't watch boxing like that. So that's why my energy was bad when I seen it, because I'm like, y'all don't even watch boxing like that. And you're kind of trolling the Wilder for what? I don't know why. I got a good reason why now. I definitely got a good reason why now. And I'll throw a name out there. Let me throw a name out there. Who was the guy that reacted? Undertaker from the WWE. We've all watched Undertaker growing up. He was the guy that reacted to the Wilder and Tyson Fury fight. I haven't heard it. I mean, the Wilder and Tyson Fury fight. Haven't heard anything from Undertaker since that fight. Not one word. I'm trying to figure out how big of a boxing fan or Tyson Fury fan that brother is, and I haven't seen anything from him yet. I haven't seen anything from him. And I'm not a quick person to sit up here and just call somebody racist or nothing like that because they like a fighter. No, I'm not that stupid. But I'm gonna be real with you. The fact that he was that invested in that fight, like when you're invested in a fight like that, you need to be almost having. Oh, hold on, Aaron was said something. It's like they were celebrating the loss, not the win. What you think? Absolutely, they were celebrating the loss. Absolutely, they were celebrating the loss. Absolutely. That's why everybody that's complaining about the way boxing is changing right now, they're mad because the system is built for them. You know what I'm saying? The system is built for them. So they can react and everything else. It's not making any money. As much as they want to bring, because, a lot of people say, oh, why do they bring up race in boxing? I ain't never told no boxers to bring no flags out during no fights. I don't make nothing about race. The boxers and all the fans make it about race. We don't make anything about race in boxing. When you decide to bring your flag into the ring and do it, you make everything about race in boxing. You gotta be the stupidest person on earth to sit up there and still have this kind of conversation in 2025. Y'all are bringing flags and everything else to the events. You're making it about race when it comes to boxing. I hate when people who are carrying flags and yelling out countries sitting up here, oh, y'all making everything about race when it comes to boxing. Bro, as long as you come to just weigh in and come to the fight, I ain't worried about where you from. I don't care where you can be from America. Is all I know. I don't know where you from. You can't talk during boxing, so I'm just coming to see the fight. I ain't gonna know what a dude language is until the post-fight interview. Other than that, I'm just looking at a boxer. But it seemed like people forgetting now, like, who makes it about race when it comes to boxing. It's y'all who bring these flags to fights and waving them in everybody's face. But then when we say, oh, y'all just don't like this boxer. Oh, why you bringing race into it? Bro, you're the one with the flag, bro. Obviously, you ain't bring that flag to the fight just so you can not represent everybody who's also carrying that flag, right? Ain't that the reason why you carried it? But that be the biggest lie people try to tell in boxing. Bro, somebody tell y'all that from now on, bro. It's not even the point of having a conversation. When they say, oh, why you bringing up race in boxing? Bro, that's why I say it's a lot bigger than all this stuff that's going on. It's a lot bigger than what y'all realize. Even though they try to cater to race in boxing and thought that was gonna like motivate people to, how they do in soccer or whatever with these, certain things they do. But it ain't work, man. Boxing ain't been bringing in the money like that, like they've been thinking it was. Whatever they've been doing as far as catering to a certain boxer and these rivalries and letting guys race bait and troll and use race and flags and everything to promote certain boxers, it ain't worked. All of it's been a failure. So all the fans that been enjoying the way it's been going, it's been a failure, man. And they've been catering to all these guys. All the fans that sit up here and say, oh, we buy all the fights. We the ones who buy the fights. The promoters and Turkey Al-Sheikh and everybody else is letting you know right now, you have failed. Whatever fights you were buying, they weren't enough. You haven't been buying the fights like you thought you were. Yeah, everybody's getting exposed, bro, when it comes to boxing. Everybody. The years of trolling is up. It's a wrap. Oh, we've been buying the fights. We the only people that buy the fights. Oh, y'all country don't buy the fight. In America, y'all don't support y'all fighters. Okay. If you've been buying all the fights, why is Turkey Al-Sheikh coming over here and sweeping up everything? If you've been buying the fights like you say you have. See, now I'm telling y'all, the narratives that have been going on in boxing, they have been going on for a long time. A lot of narratives you've been hearing in boxing, you will never hear them again. That's one narrative you won't be hearing. If you do hear it, they're lying. When they talking about we buy all the fights and everything else, and we the reason why so and so sells that much, that's a lie. That's a big lie. When they talking about ducking, that's a lie. So it's a lot of stuff that's getting exposed now. A lot of it. When they say guys can't box, that's a lie. When they say that guy's one-dimensional, most fighters are one-dimensional. So guess what? That's a lie. We got certain fans out here now that's like, oh, that guy, all he can do is knock people out. Guess what? Most fighters can't just knock people out. Oh, yeah, Aaron. Yeah, Aaron, I got a live coming out. Hey, if y'all want to be a member, please join. I got a live I'm doing tonight. After I get off of here. When I tell you it's going to be a home run, it's going to be, telling you, it's going to be a Barry Bonds. I'm talking about everything I said in all my lives and all my videos got wrapped up in one. I seen the video a couple of days ago. Bro, y'all ain't gonna. Bro, when I say boxing is definitely going in the direction I said, because I don't know everything. I don't have any top sources or anything else. I'm just going off the hip with it. But I'm gonna tell y'all everything I've been saying is coming true. So now I know why they've been on me so heavy. When they be messing with my videos, whatever. Now I know why YouTube has been on me. Now I know why. And I don't think it's just YouTube. It might be some companies out there. Now I know why. Everything I've been saying, is becoming true right now as far as boxing. I'm not saying this to brag or whatever. This is facts. I was actually scared about this. I ain't been live in a minute. I had to sit back a couple of days and dissect all this, but promoters are done in boxing now. I knew promoters was done when Boots Ennis left PBC. When Boots left PBC and went with Matchroom, and when Shakur went with Matchroom, well, I knew he was gonna do that. But when Boots left, I knew it was done. I knew it was done. I knew it was a wrap. That's when I kind of knew. But yeah, it's a wrap, man. It's the boxers, they dropped the ball, man. You got Jake Paul. Jake Paul doing more moves in boxing right now than your average boxer is. You got Jake Paul to just sign Elysium Baumgartner. You got Manny Serrano and Katie Taylor and everything else. And that's women's boxing. You know what I'm saying? And his whole team is American. You know what I'm saying? Most of these guys don't even have American coaches or trainers. So you really can't. So as much as you want to go against what he's doing, really can't say anything bad about what he's doing because everybody's had a chance to do it. And people say, well, Canelo got a lot of power. Canelo ain't got power like Jake Paul. Sorry to tell you. That's why I be trying to tell everybody, know your limits. A lot of people talk about Canelo like he Godzilla. Canelo ain't got more power than Jake Paul does right now. And that's not me making anything up. That's a fact. Canelo ain't got no pull like Jake Paul does right now. He doesn't. He doesn't. Jake Paul done figured it out. Once he figured out that, all I have to do is fight a guy that fans are asking me to fight or they're interested in, that's it. Like, the standards in boxing is so low now, people don't even care that Jake Paul loses a fight. They just want him to fight somebody a name they bring up, like Canelo or whatever. When they brought up Mike Tyson, that was a name people was bringing up, and they made the fight happen. That's why I said in boxing, they're not making a lot of fights that fans been asking for. When they said, hey, we want to see Wilder versus Joshua, and they kept saying, oh, well, we got to figure this out. And there, that's what made a lot of fans start going away from boxing. Because you had just came off of that wave of Canelo Triple G and McGregor and Mayweather, you know. But they had no fights. They weren't trying to put together no fights the fans want to see. Think about that. You watching UFC for 3 years, and they haven't gave you not one fight you want to see. That's why when people say, oh, what Dana White's going to do? I don't know what he's going to do, but he's not going to go 3 years without giving us a fight we want to see. That's what boxing been doing. And they've been catering to certain fans just so fans can say, oh, well, I have a fighter from my country who's doing well. And they like, yeah, we're going to do that on purpose. We're going to have this guy from this country be a champion. This guy from that country be a champion. Everybody can be a champion. That's what they've been doing. That's why everybody has a champion from each country at the same time. If he's not a champion, he's going to be one or be in a championship fight. So everybody's been getting pimped, man. They've been thinking that their favorite fighters been fighting the best, but it ain't been going on. It hasn't been going on for a while, and they're going to start to realize soon, oh, man, boxing look different now. Watch, it's going to look different. Boxing's going to look a lot different. I'm going to be honest with you right now. Boxing looks a lot different right now. The fact that Tierra Brown went into Australia and beat Scott Nicholson in Australia, that shows you that boxing changed right there. 5 years ago, that would have been a robbery. And a lot of people not paying attention to that, but you know, that fight was just as close as Lamont Roach and Tank. But people are overlooking a lot of stuff right now when it comes to boxing. They are overlooking a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff getting overlooked. Like right now, I'm hearing people talk about Terence Crawford and what's his name? Virgil Ortiz. Listen, I heard people say recently, oh well, Terence Crawford, Virgil Ortiz, he beat what they said, Virgil Ortiz beat Majamal worse than or easier than Terence Crawford did or something. As far as that, they were like easier or something Virgil Ortiz did, whatever. Listen, the fact that they are saying that right now makes no sense. Because as I just told you earlier, as I used earlier, Deontay Wilder went 12 rounds with Joseph Parker. They said this man needs to retire after going 12 rounds with Joseph Parker. But Cody just got stopped in like the second, third round against Joseph Parker. And everybody like, well, yeah, he gonna bounce back. He good. He can box. You see how they use the double standards? And then even like this. And I like Virgil Ortiz. That's why I don't really be liking commenting on him like this, because it make me seem like I'm a hater. But sometimes the way people try to compare certain guys, I don't be liking that, bro. It gotta be legit. I mean, it's all right to think that somebody gonna is better than a guy, but just to say outlandish stuff like this, like, come on, man. Even though I think Benavidez, I'm a guy who like Benavidez, but I don't sit out here and say extreme stuff about Canelo the way these people say. If I say something about Canelo, it's straight facts. Like, I know that people gonna go back and fact check me. But the way people say things about Crawford, like, come on, man. Like they comparing Crawford to prospects, dudes who've been knocked out before, dudes who've been dropped twice. You know what I'm saying? We done had guys that got dropped twice recently. Everybody just forget that. Now, if Terence Crawford would have got dropped twice recently, everybody would have said, man, Terence Crawford just got dropped twice. He ain't finna beat no Canelo or nothing. Everybody getting a pass, to be honest with you. Because even Canelo, hey, you had a good fight with Munguia, but hey, he just got knocked out. Easy. Even a little child who don't even know about boxing would say right now, hey, didn't that guy that fought Canelo, didn't he just get knocked out? Even they would know that. So when everybody say, man, he finna knock somebody out, not really, man. If you look at the writing on the wall, man, y'all gotta be realistic. These old narratives is getting cooked this year. It ain't been not one old narrative that worked in 2025. Not one. Every narrative that people been coming up with has been getting fried since this year started. You have to realize this is the year that Turkey Al-Sheikh is putting together fights he wants to see. This ain't like last year with Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren. See, people getting things mixed up. They seen Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn in the mix last year. So they think that this year gonna be like old times, like last year. Nah, it's a new day. This is definitely a new day. Everything gonna change after this. And people acting like Crawford don't got a chance to beat Canelo. He beat Canelo. I'm telling you, if people troll this man all the way up into Canelo fight, they're gonna end up getting Canelo knocked out. I'm gonna just be honest with you. Last time Crawford got trolled by millions of fans, with guys with big fan bases, people got knocked out the last time that happened. Cause Crawford end careers too. Yeah, I don't know why people think that Crawford is just an easy fight, man. Like, I don't know. I think it may be a good thing, but because he's still sneaking up on people, they really surprised. But I don't want to say these fighters ain't good because they are. But it's not too many fighters walking around that's better than him, though, man. Let's just be honest. When Floyd was at that age, Floyd wasn't knocking people out. That's why when people say, "Oh, well, Crawford ain't knocking people out. He ain't knock out the Majamov guy." Floyd wasn't knocking people out when he moved up in weight. Floyd didn't have to knock out Canelo to beat him up. Bivol doesn't knock a lot of people out. Matter of fact, the people that beat Canelo is guys that don't get a lot of knockouts. So for people to actually go into the fight saying, "Oh, well, Crawford got to knock Canelo out," no, he don't. Canelo got to knock Crawford out. I seen Canelo get outboxed by Amir Khan. I'll repeat, I seen Canelo get knocked out seen him get outboxed by Amir Khan before he knocked out Amir Khan. He had to knock out Amir Khan to win the fight. Amir Khan was putting all kind of hands on Canelo. Canelo gonna be struggling, man. I'm telling you. They gonna set him up for failure. Canelo ain't been boxing no guys like that. He been getting some easy wins. That Berlanga and Munguia fight, if that ain't showed you anything, he been getting some cheap wins. He should have never stepped in the ring like that against Berlanga and Munguia. And I knew those was easy wins. People didn't look at it like an easy win, but that was an easy win, man. He wasn't trying to go in there and destroy nobody. Against Charlo, he tried to get that knockout, but he wasn't trying to risk getting knocked out to get the knockout. You know, Charlo was playing it safe. He wasn't boxing to his full potential, but he was using enough power to try to keep Canelo off of him. You know, everybody's seen it. But I'm gonna tell you one thing though. When the fight is September comes around pretty fast. Like, think about it. It's 2025, right? We're already in March. It's about to be April in a week. A week from today will be April 1st. So that means we will be 5 months. We're gonna be 4 months into the year. So that means 5 more months until Canelo fights Crawford. Everybody who doing all this trolling and everything, you're gonna see a lot of dudes have to shut down their boxing channels or whatever. You're gonna have to talk about for the rest of your life how Terence Crawford went out there and beat the brakes off of Canelo. Think about that. And guess what? You ain't gonna be able to rob him on the scorecards too. This ain't the old days. All that robbing people on cars, that ain't gonna happen no more. He said, "Do you think Crawford will have a chance to win if Canelo start eating lots of that Mexican meat? If you know what I mean." Uh, from what I've heard, I think a lot of those guys, I don't know. Yeah, you're right, man. They gotta get that in order, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you though, Aaron. I'm glad you said that. This is what I did notice too, Aaron. I've noticed that. I noticed this recently. I don't know. I said it like a couple of weeks ago, but Canelo's about to be 35. I want to say. I think Canelo's gonna be 35 by the time Him and Crawford fight. Crawford's gonna be 38, but Canelo's gonna be 35. And Canelo at 35 is not really. I don't know if he's gonna be the same guy that he was against Charlo. To be honest with you, when he fought Charlo, he was what, 33? He was 33. I want to say, yeah, he's 33. So I think Canelo might go in there. I don't know, man. If I had to guess, Canelo might go in there looking a little slower, man. He gonna need some of that meat. If he don't got none, he gonna lose that fight. That's why I think he not really wasting his time with Teofimo and Ryan Garcia being around right now. He got to make sure everything is on point. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Canelo a smart dude, y'all. Canelo bringing in Munguia, even though Munguia needs somebody to train with, Canelo need a sparring partner like Munguia right now. So to everybody else, it might seem like, oh, Canelo helping Munguia. Man, Canelo helping Canelo. Canelo need a sparring partner like Munguia right now. But his William Skull fight coming up, and for Crawford, that's the perfect sparring partner to have right now is Munguia. And so in my eyes, he probably was just scouting the sparring partner. Teofimo and them probably thought he wanted to work with him. He like, nah, I'm looking for a sparring partner. We got Munguia, I'm good. That's why he told Teofimo recently, nah, I'm straight. You can go ahead and train somewhere else. It's too late now. And they fight the same weekend. So he like, I already got started on my regiment, so I'm good. But yeah, Canelo's gonna be 35 though. The thing about with me, I want to see how good Canelo is at 35. Oscar De La Hoya fought Floyd when he was 30. I think he was 35 when he fought Pacquiao and Floyd. If I'm not mistaken, Oscar De La Hoya fought. It was either Floyd or Pacquiao. He was 35 when he fought them. So that's the same age that Canelo gonna be fighting Crawford. So I don't know. The perfect person to ask about this fight right now would be Oscar De La Hoya, to be honest with you. And from what I've seen, Oscar he think Crawford gonna beat him down. But he think it's gonna be a close fight, but he think Crawford gonna beat the brace off on. Canelo been cutting a lot of corners, man. But he been working on a lot of stuff his last couple of fights. He been working on his jab. Expect Canelo to jab a lot more against Crawford. He been working on his jab a lot more. Canelo is not stupid. You're gonna see Canelo jabbing a lot against Crawford. He's gonna do a lot of jabbing. But he definitely the promoters definitely messed things up when it came to the whole boxing system, the way things is now. The way things are going to be. It's going to be better as far as for the fans, but for the promoters, it ain't going to be good. It's going to be better for the fans though. Because a lot of fighters came out recently saying that a lot of PBC fighters and other guys been coming out recently saying that we missed out on a lot of fights. Like I've been saying, it's a lot of fighters coming out right now. And I'm not saying this just because y'all on here. And not because it's just me or anything else. I can prove it to y'all. But a lot of fighters are coming out right now saying that we've been missing out on a lot of fights because of what's been going on. Like this era of boxing could have been a lot better. But it's a lot of fights if you want to go back and think about what we missed out on. We missed out on a lot of fights. If you go back and really think about it, we missed out on a lot of fights. A lot. A lot of people wanted to see Crawford fight Charlos. They wanted to see Andre fight Charlos. A lot of people want to see Fury and Joshua Wilder. Man, I mean, it's a lot of fights. I can go on for days naming fights. Like even in women's fights, a couple of these fights you may never see, like Serrano and Bumgarner. You ain't gonna never see those. If Canelo get upset by William Skull, whatever fight, yeah, yes, buddy, it will. If Canelo get upset by William Skull, man, I don't even know how to. I don't even know how I would feel about that. I don't think I'll be celebrating that, to be honest with you. But it's boxing, so you never know. But yeah, it would actually, I wouldn't be surprised. I would say that, Aaron. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not counting that out either. Like I said, I just seen some weird stuff in boxing. One of my favorite boxers, I seen him get in the ring around the same time Canelo's getting in the ring right now, around 34 before his 35th birthday. The man got in the ring before his 35th birthday, and he looked very slow. Like, we don't know what fight Canelo gonna start looking old in. This could be one of those fights. Because I'm not gonna lie, man, Canelo did look kind of, if I want to be unbiased about it, Canelo did look kind of slow in his last fight against Berlanga. If y'all go back to that round, not because he did this, but I'm gonna explain why though. If you go back to that fight with Canelo and when he was fighting Berlanga and he was going to the corner early, and then Berlanga kind of ran up on him, started throwing some punches, and Canelo was like, what? He thought the round was over. Not because he did that. I'm thinking that he's going to have trouble. It's just the fact that for some reason his stamina just didn't look the same at that point. Not that he was out of shape or anything. I feel like he could still go 12 rounds. But it was just something I seen in that moment where I was like, are you worried about your stamina more? Or are you worried about, how you moving because it looked like he had some stamina issues in that moment. Because people know, if y'all ever been in any kind of boxing or anything like that, you've been in any kind of boxing or anything, you can definitely know that certain guys, when they get extremely tired, they do anything. Trust me. Certain guys do anything in the ring. Y'all seen what Tank did recently in taking a knee. I'm telling you, it just happens like that. It just happens like that. It definitely happens. Shoot, Canelo almost got disqualified like that. Almost turned his back to Berlanga. Yeah, that definitely happens. But yeah, I definitely feel like he can get upset by Skull. Not just because, Canelo's a bad fighter or nothing, but anything can happen. And also, Skull ain't got nothing to lose, so I expected him to throw big punches and try to land something. He don't got the power like that, but like I said, man, I done seen some of my favorite fighters get in the ring and just be slower than usual. It just be that one fight where he start looking old. We all seen it before. We've all seen it, trust me. You've seen plenty of guys look old in fights. I know everybody don't want to say it, but that last fight Canelo had with Triple G, he was old in that fight. He looked real old in that fight. They don't remember that fight, but he looked old. But yeah, I think that as far as with Crawford, yeah, he's gonna be all right, man. As far as this fight with Canelo, because Canelo, he has some things he got to answer to as far as why he didn't get a knockout against Munguia. Like, that's something that people are not gonna be asking. But as far as him having knockout power, I don't believe it. I gotta see it. I gotta see it. Like, my theme for this year, or anybody who watches boxing, is We just gonna have to get away from the way we was thinking in 2020 or 2015. It's not that time no more. Like whoever was good around that time, it's different now. It's different. A lot of guys are older. We got to see who's been taking care of their body. It's a lot of stuff that's gonna be can't really get away with the judging like you used to. That's a lot. That's one thing I noticed as far as with Turkey out of sheet. Yeah, everybody don't like the judging, in any fight, but you can't get away with certain judging the way things been going recently, especially in America. There's been some bad judging going on, so I think that's gonna be the biggest change. So in the Canelo fight, that's kind of why everybody's nervous. They know that you can go in a fight with Crawford if you're Canelo, and the scoring could probably go for Crawford. If this was in America, which is sad to say, this is the sad part about boxing. If this fight was in America, you would actually be more afraid about the scoring between Canelo and Crawford than you would if it was in Saudi Arabia. This is why boxing in America is at an all-time low. You have a guy who's the number one fighter in the world who can go to America right now and fight Canelo, but he'll have less of a chance fighting if it goes to the scorecard, fighting in his own country. So when people say, "Oh, I have a problem with Dana White coming into boxing," why? Because he gonna change that? Because I can tell you 50 more problems in boxing right now that's going on that you're gonna be okay with. It's just that one thing. If one thing changes, then you're gonna have an issue with it. But no, it's a lot of stuff that goes on right now where you can't even step in the ring with certain guys and get a fair shot at winning the fight. That's one thing that needs to go away very soon. If not, you're not gonna have any new stars in boxing, and we having too many rematches. I'm telling you, a lot of people gonna regret having all these rematches we having right now in boxing. It's way too many rematches going on. Way too many. That's why I was telling these guys. I'm like, bro, I don't know why y'all have Tyson Fury rematching Usyk. I'm like, bro, y'all better hurry up and set this guy a fight up before he retires. The man messed around and retired. And people say, oh, he'll come back for the money. Obviously, you don't know how much money he made fighting Wilder. He already been making turkey out of sheet type of money. He said we never got prime Mikey Garcia versus prime Loma. I don't know if Mikey wanted that smoke against Loma. I don't know. It probably could have been a mutual thing. I know at one point Loma was looking to make that kind of fight, but I don't know. Then Bob wasn't really trying to mess with Mikey with that Loma fight, so I don't think it was gonna happen. That was kind of a Bob Arum thing anyway. Bob Arum wasn't really messing with Mikey around that time. Because Mikey was trying to do his own thing. Mikey fought Earl Spence, though. Yeah, so it worked out perfectly. That was a bigger fight anyways. If he would have fought Loma back then, people wouldn't, they would have watched it, but it wouldn't have been as big as the Earl Spence fight was. Mikey got known off the Earl Spence fight. Even he'll tell you that. I don't know. Earl Spence caught a quick buzz around that time. I don't know if it was a Texas thing or boxing. But around that time, Earl Spence caught a quick buzz. I'm talking about to be a pay-per-view star, he got a quick buzz. Like, it was huge. That Carol Brook fight, that was a big deal, but he caught a quick buzz, man. Because if you look at the numbers Tank's doing right now, it's still hard to compete with those numbers Earl Spence did. People think that Tank is doing bigger numbers than Earl Spence. Not really. Outside that Ryan Garcia fight? No, not really. Him and Mikey Garcia did some numbers. That's why I said, man, guys got to realize when fans ask for certain fights and you make it immediately, the fight, it's bigger. We're in a society now where guys don't like waiting on certain matchups to happen. You're gonna lose interest. They don't realize that now. But I think the fights in the next 5 years will be bigger than the fights they're making right now. Or not right now, I'll say the last 5 years. Because most of those fights you've been having to wait on, and even me, man, I was waiting on Crawford and Spence so long. By the time the fight got here, I really wasn't interested like that. It sounds weird, but man, that happens, man, when you waiting on certain fights so long. It's about you waiting on a fight a long time, it gets old. That's why a lot of people starting to lose the interest from boxing. They don't like waiting on these fights for so long. It's like trying to wait on a Grand Theft Auto game to come out or something. Nah, I ain't trying to wait on no fight that long. 10 years or something like that? Nah. That's bad. Look, think about how long people been waiting to see Tank and Devin Haney fight again. They ain't fought in what, 10 years? It's a long time, man. Ain't nobody trying to wait that long on a fight. Yeah, but I think boxing moving in a good direction. You still gonna have everybody still fighting on certain. I don't know what platform it's gonna be per se, but you're gonna still have guys fighting in America and their own countries domestically, but the big fights is gonna be where Turkey Al Sheikh is gonna be able to put on. And you're gonna have Dana White putting on some cards where you're gonna see a lot of mid-level, some prospects. See a lot of guys in the mix. If they want to make some money. There's a lot of boxers walking around. Trust me, it's a lot more boxers walking around than it is MMA fighters. It's not even close. It's a lot more boxers walking around. Trust me. Trust me. Even the girl Holly Holm, who was on UFC, she's boxing again. The girl who ended up knocking out Ronda Rousey, yeah, she's boxing again right now. So it's always been more boxers than the MMA fighters. So it's gonna be easy to find boxing talent. Trust me. But are certain boxers gonna be ready for that? Because certain guys say they want to get paid a certain way. And this is the bad part right here. It's gonna be a lot of fighters who are gonna miss how it used to be. But it's gonna be their fault, really, because they had so many opportunities to actually make a fight happen at a certain point. But, once guys lose 2 or 3 times, you're gonna find out why they didn't want to fight certain people. And it happens, somebody can lose 3 fights in a row and bounce back, but you're gonna find out why certain people didn't want to fight certain people. That's gonna happen a lot. And it's gonna be hard for a lot of guys to be taking PEDs around this time. Whoever get popped for PEDs around this time, it's gonna be hard for you because I don't think Turkey Al Sheikh gonna want to deal with you. And they got some strict laws in the UK right now. I think the guy Dennis McCann, my bad, McCann. I think he getting like 8 years suspension. So that's basically your whole career. So they're not really playing in the UK right now. That's why you see a lot of guys in the UK trying to make these big fights immediately because they know time's up. Time is definitely up. You see a lot of people losing. You see a lot of people not looking the same. You see a lot of people retiring. A lot of people not boxing no more. I'm telling you. I'm dropping hints, but I'm telling you. If you really look at it, it's a lot of boxers that's like hanging it up right now. They're trying to make the biggest fight possible before Turkey Al Sheikh and Dana White really start doing what they really want to do. I told people last year. Last year was a way of Turkey Al Sheik sitting back and saying, okay, we're gonna do what Eddie Hearn wants to do, Oscar De La Hoya, all these guys. We're gonna do what they want to do. I'm gonna see how it goes. See, a lot of people think that Turkey Al Sheik wanted to make those fights happen last year that was happening. No, what he's doing this year is what he wants to do. This is everything he wants to do. From Dana White to the boxing league to the boxing tournament he has coming up, to the belt situation, the weight classes, and everything, the whole vision. He knows what he wants to do. That's why certain people got to look at certain things. Like, he moves for a reason. Every time he comes to America, it's for a reason. I know the first time he came, he met like Boots Ennis and all those people. And then another time, I know the last time he came, when he was at the Canelo and the UFC event, he went to Canelo's fight, and then he went across the street and went to the Dana White's event for UFC. And I knew right then, okay, him and Dana White finna be working together. He's not sitting front row at Dana White's event. Just, they've been doing some stuff together, but I was talking about as far as like what they're doing now. You said Earl had a huge Texas following, Jerry Jones cosign. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. When they did the Cowboys thing, yeah. Anytime the Cowboys involved. Yeah, he had a buzz too. Because they was looking for another star in boxing. So yeah, he had a buzz too. Yeah, he definitely had a buzz. I think Keith Thurman helped with that because everybody was trying to figure out who Keith Thurman was complaining about. And all Keith Thurman had to do was fight Earl Spence. He would have got a Floyd Mayweather fight. The dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. He can never explain to me why he didn't take that offer. Floyd said, all you got to do is fight Earl Spence and I'll give you a fight. This dude turns around talking about what has Earl Spence done? What has Earl Spence done? He ain't did nothing. I'm like, bro, all you got to do is fight Earl Spence and Floyd Mayweather going to give you a fight? Floyd never says that to anybody. Floyd don't just tell guys, I'm going to give you a fight if you fight this person. Floyd don't just say that. I'm just being honest. Keith Thurman is probably the only person on video that has proof of Floyd telling him, hey, if you fight this guy, I'll give you a fight. This man said, nah, man, I ain't trying to fight Earl Spence. Who is he? He don't deserve no fight with me. This man talked himself out of a Floyd Mayweather fight. Dumbest thing I ever seen. So I could have stopped supporting that same day. I could have been like, you know what? This dude ain't trying to fight nobody. But now that I look back now, yeah, he wasn't trying to fight nobody. You turned down a Floyd Mayweather fight, man. That's when boxing started going into this direction it's going to right now. But it's changing, though. But that started it right there. I'm like, nah. And y'all got to think about that. It don't make no sense. Dude turned down a Floyd offer. But yeah, I like the way boxing is going. But yeah, I was talking about Terence Crawford. I got that out the way, I think. I think people got the idea of that. But also with Virgil Ortiz and Fundora, Charlo. So they're talking about Charlo basically returning. I knew he was gonna return eventually. But I think Charlo's about to be 35. I think Charlo's about to be 35. Both of the Charlos. I think they're about to be 35 in April, I want to say. But might be March or April. I think it's April. But those guys got to get on the ball immediately, man. They've been sitting way too long. These are their best years. These guys just sat in the house. They last 2 years of their prime. Think about that. They last two best years they had, they just sat in the house and did nothing. So I don't even know what the Charlos should do next. To be real with you, I just think they should just fight anybody that's a name and just kind of start from there. And whatever happens, it happens. But when you sit in the house your last 2 years of your prime like that, nah, can't really can't really throw them in the mix like that. I would love to see them fight certain people, but they haven't been active, man. But I think that what's his name? Fundora is gonna end up possibly fighting Charlo. I definitely think that fight's gonna happen next. If not, you're gonna have Xander Zayas step in and make something happen. But I definitely think that fight's gonna happen next. Definitely think so. The only hard part about that is who Baccarat gonna fight, because he's supposed to fight. He said that he was waiting on PBC to find him an opponent. So if he's not fighting Fundora, who is he gonna fight? Virgil Ortiz not fighting to the end of the summer, and I don't think he's fighting a champion. He gonna fight like a top guy who got a name. I don't think it's gonna be Charles Conwell, because if he fight Charles, I don't know. I mean, they could do that. It could be an in-house fight, but I don't think Golden Boy gonna do something like that. No, I don't think that's gonna be the fight, but I think it will be a big name. Somebody know, that people notice. But I think that 154 is gonna start moving soon. By this time next year, we should have somebody who's undisputed at 154. Most guys already got a belt, so I think everybody who don't have a belt, you most likely gonna end up having to try to get undisputed another time, unless you end up in one of these fights where you're the B side against a champion. But I think one of these guys will end up being a champion. Like, I don't know, Zayas can end up sneaking in there somehow, but between Ortiz, Fundora, Baccarat, still got Boychuk, still got Charlo. I don't know how Conwell will get in the mix, but we'll see. He might be the odd man out. But I don't know. They got a couple of names in there that at 54. I don't know. Tim Zoo might be odd man out unless he fight Keith Thurman quick or something like that. If he fight Keith Thurman, that'll make sense, but I don't know if I see it happening right now. But I'm telling you, it's gonna be a lot of matchups where people are gonna be surprised. It's gonna be moving soon. Boston's gonna be moving. A lot of these guys I'm naming, they have to fight soon. Caleb Plant has to fight soon. Charlos have to fight soon. Joshua has to fight soon. We already know what Crawford and Canelo is gonna do. But a lot of those guys in that age group, they gotta fight soon. They have to. If not, they don't fight this year and stay active. They're gonna be turned into gatekeepers or journeymen. Because a lot of these older guys, a lot of these younger guys are they're moving up now. We saw what Goucher just did against Elijah Garcia. That was obviously a robbery. He's an older guy that's been standing in the mix. Everybody's toughest fight. Every fight on his resume will basically say he their toughest fight. And the man's never been a champion. That's why Dana White coming in now. How we got a guy who's American, who's everybody's toughest fight? Most people never heard of him before. But he never been champion before. So when people say, man, what are they going to change in boxing? They going to change that. It's been a popularity contest for too long. It doesn't help boxing. It's been a popularity contest for too long. It does not help boxing at all. People don't understand it, but Ronda Rousey getting beat in UFC was actually bigger for UFC than her actually winning. When she was winning, nobody knew the girl she was fighting. But when she lost, everybody knew the girl she was fighting. So, like I said, it's always been played out. Dana White knew that. He knew that you can't have a champion that reigns supreme for a long time and it be successful and the person not be how do I say, the person not be tested. A lot of these boxers haven't been tested yet. Yeah, a lot of them haven't been tested. But at 54, that's why everybody don't realize that it was good for Crawford to actually go to 154. Because before Crawford got to 154, do y'all know that no people said that Charlo doesn't have anybody to fight at 154? I just want everybody to remember that real quick. Before people, because I'm hearing people bring up Fundora and Ortiz and Xander Zayas and all these other names. Before Crawford went to 54, everybody said that Charlo had nobody to fight at 154. That's why he should go to 168 and fight Canelo. I'm like, how he don't got no names to fight at 54? He got Bakaram, Tim Tszyu, he got everybody down there he can fight. Oh, them guys ain't did nothing. He can fight Canelo. So if it wasn't for Crawford actually coming to 54 and fighting Madrimov, nobody was even paying attention to that weight class. 2 years ago, they was telling you that Castano was the best 54 in that weight class. Yeah, he had Tim as his mandatory. Jay Grizzy, yeah, he had Tim as his mandatory. But I was like, man, I'm like, this weight class stacked. These people telling you ain't nobody in the weight class? That's crazy. That's why I said that's another reason why Dana White gonna be able to flourish. Trust me. The fans could have easily been like, hey, we don't want this guy to come into boxing. But it's a lot of things that's not happening right now that should be happening. And that's one of them right there. It's gonna be a lot of fights that people gonna look back and see, and they gonna be like, man, I wish Charlo would have fought this guy, that guy. Like, we don't know for sure who Charlo gonna fight. I'm hoping that he fight Fundora at this point. It ain't no guarantee. Because they said Fundora's gonna fight Spence. It's no guarantee. The only reason I say it's a good guarantee right now he could fight Charlo is because if he don't fight Charlo, he gotta fight Xander Zayas and they're gonna try to take the belt. And I know that PBC wanna try to make this an in-house fight. Still with Charlo having some kind of status. He said it sound like Tank Davis. Yeah, all I'm going by that theory. But the thing about it is, what I always gave Canelo credit for is Canelo, and I always said this too, Canelo is willing to fight people. I'll repeat this. Canelo is willing to fight most boxers. Canelo, he'll fight anybody. He said this before recently. I'll fight any boxer, man. I'm not scared of anybody. I fight anybody. But the fans don't be wanting this dude to fight nobody. That's why boxing is at an all-time low right now. Bruh, you have Canelo right now that'll say, hey, man, I'll fight Benavidez right now. You have a group of fans that be like, man, you'll need to fight Benavidez. They don't want to see the best fight the best. And to be honest with you, I'm going to tell you what's bad about the Tank situation, 93 Octane. I'm going to tell you what's bad about the Tank situation. What's bad about the Tank situation is this. The Tank situation is the worst. in boxing. I'm gonna tell you why. And this is what everybody gonna have trouble with. And I hate to bring this up, but it is what it is. I'm a real one. I stand on what I say. I ain't gonna change it up for nobody. Lamont Roach had a better performance than Ryan Garcia, bro. Like the fact that Lamont Roach had a better performance against Tank Davis than Ryan Garcia. That means everybody got some explaining to do. And the one thing people will say is, "Oh well, that Tank homeboy." Well, guess what? Tank don't need to fight no more homeboys. Then his homeboy messed up all his credibility. I mean, you got casuals throwing Tank all under the bus right now. They say I'm a Tank hater, but well, I don't. They don't say that, but some people be saying dudes be hating if they say something about Tank. If I was hating on Tank, bro, I'd be going in on Tank right now. Trust me. I definitely don't hate Tank, but he need to get his coaching stuff in order, bro. The way he was talking about Calvin and all these fans who talk about all his coaching and everything else about Tank, the fact that none of Tank fans have said that he needs to get his thing straight with Calvin, that shows that fans don't really care about Tank, bro. And people say that they get mad when I say that, but bro, how y'all Tank Davis fans have you seen this man just arguing with Calvin? Like, you done seen Calvin save this man in certain fights. And the one time this man speak up, it's like, nah, man, I ain't trying to hear you talk. Oh, okay. But it just bothers me that some people don't look at that and be like, hey, man, he should have been talking to Calvin with a lot more respect, bro. Calvin helped him out in a lot of fights. It ain't nobody saying nothing. See, once the OG get replaced, bro, don't nobody speak up for the OG. If you know anything about the hood, once the OG get replaced, when they put the OG in the background, all them young dudes be like, man, I will help you, OG, but you know how that is. That's what these dudes is doing right now to Calvin. They like, man, I will help you, OG, but hey, man. He said, quick question. You think Ronnie pull this off Saturday? Yeah, the dude he fighting pretty good though. I ain't gonna lie. It might be a close fight. Who knows? I gotta look at some stuff. I think Brian Norman Jr. get him up out of there. But speaking of Castano, that dude he fighting this weekend kind of fight like Castano. This might be like a Charlo Castano type of fight. Yeah, appreciate that, Jay Grizzy. Yeah, this might be like a Charlo Castano type of fight. Yeah, I think it's gonna be like a but yeah, man, it's gonna be wild out here though. It's the way things is moving right now, man. That's why I feel sorry for some of these boxers, man. A lot of these fans, they talking up some of these guys that I don't think they gonna. Let's just say this real quick. I haven't talked about this. Nobody brought this up yet, but I'm gonna bring this up real quick. Have y'all noticed? And this scary to even talk about, but I'm gonna bring this up. Have y'all noticed that nobody has said that what if Tank Davis loses next fight? Now everybody said Tank gonna rematch Lamont Roach, right? And I ain't trying to talk about Tank right now. I'm gonna talk about something else later. But have y'all noticed that nobody has brought up the fact that Tank can lose his next fight against Lamont Roach? What if this man lose? We got people out here already saying, I guarantee he gonna knock out Roach. I guarantee he gonna knock out Roach. Now, what if the man don't go out there? What if he go out there and lose Lamont Roach in this fight, in the second fight? Man, that's what I'm saying, bro. If this man go out here and lose this second fight to Lamont Roach, you gonna see everybody that said that people was hating on Tank turn on him. And I'm gonna be waiting too. I don't like that fake stuff, bro. It's gonna be a lot of dudes that will ride for Tank. If he go out here, cause People ain't thinking about it, but Lamont Roach, he don't feel like he gonna lose the fight. You gotta think about it. Tank used to fight in the front of a big crowd. Lamont Roach was acting like he was fighting in front of 2 or 3 people. Career over. You see what I'm saying? Jay Grizzy. That's why Jay Grizzy. That's why I ain't been saying nothing, bro. I'm like, dude celebrating that he got a draw. Tank and everybody else. I'm like, bro, y'all tripping. So what he gonna do? Going there with the same coaches that he did last time? It ain't gonna work, bro. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. The reason why I know it ain't gonna work, because like I said last time, a lot of people ain't noticed what I had said on my live. I don't know if I still got it on here, but a lot of people don't notice it. But I'm gonna drop a hint on y'all. Tank had the same thing on 2 days in a row. This man a millionaire. This man had the same clothes on 2 days in a row before he fought. I ain't talking about like a jumpsuit to where you got a team jumpsuit. Nah, this man had the same clothes on for 2 days. It looked like he was trying to lose weight or something. Leading up to the Lamont Roach fight, I'm looking at it like, bro, y'all don't see this? The man came to the press conference. He had the pink jacket on and the sweatpants. The pink hoodie. Then the day before that, he came to the workout, the public workout. The man had the same thing on. I'm like, bro, this dude got the same outfit on 2 days in a row. This dude finna lose, bro. I'm like, why nobody see this? And think about this. This is everybody's favorite fighter. They know everything about this man, hairstyles and everything. Bro, this man had the same clothes on 2 days in a row before he fought Lamont Roach, and nobody said anything. They didn't say, oh, man, why he got the same clothes on? That man was losing weight. That's why. That mean in the next fight, whenever that happens, Lamont Roach gonna be good at 135, and he gonna be struggling. Because he a lot bigger than what people realize. I put his weight out there recently. People got mad at me when I put his real weight out there. That let me know right then, I'm not putting out no more real Tank Davis information. Because I don't want people to get mad at me when I put out the truth. So I'm going to just let everybody else put out that clickbait. I ain't mad. It is what it is. But I'm just letting everybody know. The man, nobody talking about him possibly losing to Lamont Roach again in a rematch. Everybody guaranteeing he going to win. The fact that everybody's guaranteeing that he going to win against Lamont Roach, that's even worse. That man go out there and lose against Lamont Roach, it's over. It's over. I can tell it's over. You got people right now that don't watch boxing that's out here talking about it's over. They don't like how that last fight went with him and Lamont Roach. I know the media and everybody might not talk about it, but a lot of people just looked at the fight and they say, you know what? Man, I don't watch that boxing stuff anyway. That's what everybody said, bro. Yeah, facts. The golden child. They're like, man, I don't watch that boxing stuff anyway. And I try to tell people recently, and the only reason people really don't like it is because, most people, they don't watch boxing every day like most of us. So the people who don't watch boxing every day, the first time they heard of Keyshawn Davis or somebody like that, or Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson, it was from Tank Davis. So in their mind, they like, oh, Tank said he trash. Oh, Tank said he's scared to get hit. Oh, Tank said he ain't got no power. So all they know is what Tank told them. So the more they see Tank fight and the more they see Tank do things that, he said he can do and he ain't doing, it's going to look worse for him. Because he's making himself sound unbeatable, and it's just not like that. You said, do you believe Rick Glazer's pay-per-view numbers? I mean, pay-per-view numbers, I don't really be caring about none of that stuff. I mean, if he put it out, I mean, usually I guess pay-per-view numbers is all right, but I mean, pay-per-view numbers don't really matter as far as what Rick Glazer puts out. I mean, let's just put it this way. Tyson Fury and Usyk fought for like $100 million or something. Nobody cared about how much pay-per-view numbers was. You know what I'm saying? Pay-per-view numbers is a weak stat, to be honest with you. When Inoue fights, nobody cares about the pay-per-views. You know, pay-per-views is almost like hitting the lottery and people finding out how much somebody won the lottery or something like that. Like, we ain't finna. What am I gonna benefit from knowing about pay-per-view numbers? They still ain't giving me the fights I want to see. I want to see Tank Davis versus Shakur Stevenson. Me knowing about the pay-per-view numbers ain't gonna help none of that stuff. So pay-per-view numbers is really for certain fans who care about this stuff to actually argue about. But nobody can really explain how us knowing about pay-per-view numbers would benefit us as fans, though. So him knowing the pay-per-view numbers, right or wrong, it's not really a big deal. Just something that fans want to argue about. But people say that Tank sell a whole bunch of pay-per-views, but the way Lamont Roach got paid in the last fight, people said he was gonna make some career payday. He ain't make no money like that. So as far as pay-per-view numbers, I don't really be caring about that stuff. Because dudes ain't really getting paid like that anyway. So the guys who actually getting in the ring and performing, they ain't getting paid all them millions of dollars. So it's like, who cares about pay-per-view numbers? And they don't put out pay-per-view numbers for every fighter anyways. So it's really biased. Because I can easily put out pay-per-view numbers for Tank or somebody, but then let me just say a fighter I like, I'll be like, oh, I ain't going to put his numbers out there. Let me not put this fighter's numbers out there and nothing. So a lot of these guys are selling pay-per-views. And a lot of them, it's their fault. If you're a fighter right now, you're a big name fighter, you can't sell pay-per-views, but everybody know who you are. It's your fault. You should have been putting on the fights we wanted to see. That's why I get tired of hearing about Lomachenko and Haney, because everybody like, oh, well, I seen that fight. Lomachenko won. But at the same time, it's like, that's the only fight you've seen from Loma, though. The sad part about it is most boxing fans haven't seen Lomachenko versus Teofimo Lopez. So when it comes to pay-per-view numbers, it's like, that's a cool conversation, but bro, some of these people haven't even seen the biggest fights we done had in boxing. First time they seen Lomachenko fight, it was against Devin Haney. How are we gonna grow the sport of boxing like that? You know what I'm saying? That's why some people be like, yeah, Loma, man. They don't even know Loma lost a fight before. So they thinking like Loma's first loss was against Haney. They're not even knowing that Loma had 2 losses before that. So those pay-per-view numbers are for those kind of fans. But to be honest with you, in 2025, anybody talking about pay-per-view numbers, they're probably the same age as Rick Glazer. Because pay-per-view numbers it don't matter no more. That's just something that people want to use as a barometer, but nah. He said these casuals think that Jake Paul and Tank are the same weight class. That's funny. They actually do though. Yeah, they actually do. He said, I lost money on Loma. TR 23 went in, beat pound for pound. I was shocked. Yeah, I don't know why I wasn't shocked. I don't know why. And he looked bad before that fight. Didn't he look bad against Nakatani or something? I think he fought Nakatani, then he fought Richard Comey. Even though he knocked out Comey, I was like, because you know Comey, if you even look now, he's He's a alright fighter, but he's not that good. He said, I was about to ask, do Shakur want to fight Tank for legacy or pay? Um, from what I hear, just from what I hear, he want to fight Tank for legacy, but he want to get paid though. He want to get paid though. He done been in a certain situations where he could have got a name on his resume for low pay. I don't want to say nothing wrong, but from what I've seen, just to be unbiased, I would like to say legacy, but from what I've seen with my eyes, I don't think dudes is doing what Benavidez is doing. You know how Benavidez said he'll take whatever Canelo give him. If Canelo give him $1 million to fight, he'll fight him for $1 million. Like that's when dudes want to fight for a legacy. Like most people fight Canelo because they want to get paid. Benavidez said, just give me $1 million. You know, usually guys don't say that. Devin Haney said the same thing with Kambosos. I thought him signing with Top Rank was insane. You know, people don't look at it the same way I do, but when Devin Haney signed with Top Rank, I was like, he going over there Top Rank 3 fights. Oh, he finna get robbed. They finna try to rob him. He fought Kambosos twice, then that third Lomachenko fight, I'm like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know about that, man. But as you seen, since that Lomachenko and Haney fight, now people say Haney lost that fight to Lomachenko. I say cool. What about that Tank and Lamont Roach fight? Who won that fight? He said, are Bud and Bam the best 2 American fighters today? I mean, me personally, I would still put Haney up there. But Benavidez is probably my number 2. Benavidez is probably my number 2. I think Bam is, especially like under 25. I think he's probably the best under 25. But under like 30, it gotta be like Haney. It gotta be Benavidez. Gotta be Haney or Benavidez. Cause even with the way that Ryan fight went, if you look at how good Regis Prograis looked against Catterall, you know, he dropped Catterall in that fight. If you look at how good Regis Prograis looked in his last fight, still kind of shows. I think Bam gonna have time to show that he the best. I think he the best under 25. I think him and Brian Norman in that age group, they probably the best right now in that age group. But I don't know. As far as under 130, I don't know. I'm close to be honest with you. I'm close to putting Bam over anyway in a minute, man. I know a lot of people ain't gonna like that, but I mean, soon, depending on how this year might end, I might put Bam over in a way. And that's not, I don't know, hating and stuff or nothing. It's just like Bam doing more right now. I mean, the way I look at boxing right now, it's not about who I like. Most of the time, it's about who's doing more or less or even in less time. And if you look at Bam, he's moving a lot faster, man. Anyway, dragging his feet right now. We don't know none of the guys he's fighting. I feel like the last guy Bam fought was I feel like the last guy Bam fought was not as the last guy Bam fought was better than most of the guys anyway gonna fight this year. That's why he's switching around opponents right now, trying to get Akhmadaliev, and he should have just went to 126 already. No reason for Inoue to be at 122 no more. You said under 25, Gabby Fundora. Yeah, well, it's not many female fighters under 25. So yeah, she'll be like the only one as far as. But as far as overall, under 25, I mean Bam is under 24. She undisputed, but and she beat some names, some real names. She beat some real names, real champions. Well, yeah, she'll be up there. I would say I would say her. I'll probably say her then Bam. But I don't know. I like the last fighter Bam fought though. Yeah, I like the last guy he fought. He stopped him fast, but the dude came to fight though. Like, trust me, the dude definitely didn't want to get stopped. But that's just what happened. But yeah, I think Bam in a minute, he gonna end up passing up anyway though. Trust me. You heard it here first. What is it right now? 2025. By the year 2027, Bam Rodriguez is gonna be a bigger fighter than Inoue. You heard it here first. Because they fighting the same type of opponents, really. They talking about Nakatani versus Bam. I mean, he can do that. Bam can do that. They talking about Inoue and Nakatani. I mean, Bam can fight Inoue's little brother or big brother, whoever it is. I think it's his big brother. Yeah, Bam and Nakatani. Yeah, I've been talking about that for a long time. Um, yeah, I think that's a super fight. I think that's the fight. That's the one I want to see. I don't want to see Inoue and Nakatani fight. It just doesn't make sense. That's a fight they can always make. They could have made that fight a long time ago. It just doesn't make sense. But I want to see Bam fight a few guys in the weight class down there. You know, it's gonna be different. You know, in 6 years, you never know. You know, Lamont Roach has a brother who's in that weight class at 115 down there with Bam Rodriguez. He's a prospect, but you know, he has a brother down there that's pretty talented. That's a potential future matchup with a guy like Bam. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring him up on the prospect video, but Lamont Roach's brother, he gonna be somebody that's. I'm gonna just throw a hot take out there. That's possibly a super fight in the future with him and Bam. Not right now because he ain't got that much experience, but in the future, that's possibly a super fight between him and Bam Rodriguez. I've seen him. He got some skills. But yeah, I think Bam and Nakatani is a good fight though. Nakatani underrated too. Nakatani is very underrated. If I was in a way, I would try to fight all the guys who are outside my country first, so I can try to get those matchups out the way. Since I've already put in a deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh, then I would come back to Japan and fight those guys like Nakatani. But you know, it definitely doesn't make a lot of sense. Not only because they from the same country. You know, a lot of people. You know, I have no problem with them fighting because they're from the same country, but you have so many other options though. And y'all trying to fight the same guy. Like, just move on, man. You said Shushu going to hype his fight this weekend by using Inoue's name. Nah, ain't nobody waiting on Inoue. A lot of these guys moving on. Inoue was supposed to fight at 126 in May. The plan last year was for Inoue to fight at 126 this year. But I don't know what happened. He signed a deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh, then plans changed. Now all of a sudden, I think him signing the deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh actually slowed him down because he was gonna try to fight Nick Ball and Shushu Carrington and all those guys. It looked like he was gonna fight Shushu Carrington in May, and then he was gonna try to fight Nick Ball in like November or whatever, but they're not going with it now because he signed that deal with Turkey Al-Sheet. So I guess they want him to go into this into Saudi Arabia or whatever situation he's in, without getting too much damage before he get into the events. From what the way it looks, because yeah, Bob was trying to get him at 126 last year. You remember he was at Shushu's fight. He came to the fight and he was sitting the ringside, but yeah, they're not gonna do it. Should have went through with the fight though. But anyway, he needs to move to 126. If he doesn't, he's gonna end up just fighting the same guys as at 122. That's the only thing that's happening right now. Only thing that's going on right now is anyway just waiting for these guys at 122 to move up to 26, because we already had Figueroa move up to 26. Stephen Fulton, a lot of other guys. I think didn't Neary move up recently, or he's trying to move up? Neary's last fight was at featherweight. So a lot of the guys he's fought already has moved up to featherweight. So there's no sense in him not moving up already. Anyway, just gonna end up fighting the same guys he could have fought at 22. He said Sam Goodman injured and got the cut and sparring delayed the. Yeah, he only delayed the fight for about 4 weeks, something like that, like 3 or 4 weeks. Sam Goodman, but a lot of people didn't want to see Sam Goodman fight that fight, man. To be honest with you, Sam Goodman and TJ Doheny had already fought each other. I want to say early 2023, 2024. They had already fought each other, so a lot of people didn't want to see that fight again. As far as those matchups, because we already seen those guys against each other. And you got Akmadali. If it's just too many guys at 122 that anyway was passing up. Without Stephen Fulton, you don't have really too many good matchups at 122 that anyway had. You got Luis Nery. He had a knockdown, but the dude was banned from Japan. That's the crazy part. Anyway, had a fight with a guy who was banned from Japan. That's what I'm like, bro. Come on now. You fighting guys who not even allowed to fight in Japan? So they had to lift the ban off. He was banned for life. Like, why are you fighting a guy who's banned from Japan for life? And you supposed to be the face of boxing in Japan. Supposed to be one of the best top fighters, pound for pound in the world. And I'm like, you chasing down Luis Nery and getting him out of lifetime ban, but I found out the reason why. Then I said, okay, it makes sense. I don't know if everybody knows that story or not, but I'll tell it real quick. I'll tell it quickly. So Luis Nery, he had went to Japan, right? Luis Nery, Mexican fighter. He went to Japan. And this was recently, not too long ago. He went to Japan and he was 3 pounds over. And not only was he 3 pounds over, but he had failed a PED test recently before that. Then he came in 3 pounds over. That sound familiar, right? So 3 pounds over, came in on PEDs. He went in there and fought a Japanese fighter. And what y'all think happened? He ended the man's career. He went to Inoue's country. He fought one of Inoue's friends. He was 3 pounds over. He failed a PED test recently before that. He went in there and fought a Japanese fighter who'd been beating all kind of guys. Beat the guy up so bad, the guy had to retire and ended his career. They just put the dude in the Hall of Fame recently or whatever. But he beat the dude up so bad that he ended his career. And he was 3 pounds over. So guess what Japan did for that? They banned him for life. So Luis Nery got banned for life. So the only reason Inoue turned around and fought Luis Nery is because He ended his friend's career, and the dude was 3 pounds over, and he was on the juice. Now, to anyway, and people in Japan, that's a bad thing. In America, it don't matter. And mind you, they got him banned for life. Just the 3 pounds over. And then you got people that report on boxing every day. They talking about I don't know about this stuff that goes on. I never heard of this before. I've never heard of that. Now, I just told that whole story just now, right? Somebody got mad about that story. I know somebody did. Think about that. That's the truth. But that's why I say that's why boxing is going in a different direction now. It's because telling the truth in boxing is becoming a bad thing. And you can't grow any sport like that. You're not going to be able to grow any kind of sport or any kind of business by lying about the business for years and years and years and thinking it's going to grow. The reason why these changes are being made in boxing right now is because people have done so much lying and just constantly lying, man. There's so much lying in boxing that, they can't even do anything no more. Nothing has came true as far as what people have said as far as fights. Promoters who have been BSing and playing around, they getting the same promoters about the boxing. The same people, the same promoters that everybody been complaining about, that's not putting the fights together like we've been asking for. Turkey Al-Sheikh is not going to work with those guys the same way. It's a reason why Turkey Al-Sheikh is working with Dana White and not these other guys. They not trying to put the fights together. Turkey Al-Sheikh seen it already. He a smart guy. They think he dumb, but Turkey Al-Sheikh smart. He like, man, I'm not finna start no business with these guys. They ain't trying to put together the big fights. I didn't get all this money just to put together Usyk and Fury and have them fight twice, and then Joshua fight this guy twice, and I want everybody to fight. So I seen it writing on the wall a long time ago. I was just waiting on the day for it to happen. But trust me when I say this. You're going to see all types of fights this year. And it's going to be tough matchups every week. Like I said, this weekend you got Michaela Mayer. You got Brian Norman Jr. You got Abdullah Mason fighting this weekend. So every week is going to be a big fight on. Championship fight too. 2 championship fights on this weekend. And this is the way things supposed to be. And then in 2 weeks, you're going to see Boots Ennis fight somebody. In 2 weeks, Boots Ennis. So boxing could have been going this way. That's why I was telling a lot of people. It's not really a lot of ducking going on. These promoters just ain't trying to put fights together. Oh, no, man, this dude ducking. He's ducking. No, not really, bro. Now, certain guys who had the power to put certain fights together, yeah, they are ducking. Certain guys had the power to put certain fights together. Canelo had a certain amount of power to put certain fights together. He showed you that when he signed that Jake Paul paper. You said, hold on, Jake Paul's supposed to fight AJ. Nah, I was saying earlier that I was having a conversation about Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua because Jake Paul called out Anthony Joshua, said he'll beat him. Now, mind you, I don't think Jake Paul can beat Anthony Joshua. But the man really called out Joshua recently. He was like, me and Joshua are real good friends, and I'm not doing this to clout chase or nothing. He said, I really think I can beat Anthony Joshua. I don't think he said he can knock him out, but he said he can beat him. He said, I think I can beat Anthony Joshua. And I was saying on here, because I made the video, I made this live because a lot of people were saying that Anthony Joshua would be too much for Jake Paul. Jake Paul needs to stay away from Joshua. But then they were saying how he need to fight Wilder. And I was saying, I don't know if I don't know if Joshua is more dangerous than Wilder is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's no fights I can point to. It's no fights I can turn on right now where I can sit up here and clearly say, oh, yeah, Anthony Joshua is way more dangerous than Wilder. There's no fights you can really look up right now and say that he's more dangerous, especially after his last fight. Joshua got knocked down 4 times in 5 rounds against Daniel Dubois. So when everybody was saying, oh, well, Joshua too much for Jake Paul, I don't know if he too much. He got knockout power, but it ain't like that. So it is realistic. And there was a lot of people who thought that Jake Paul should fight Wilder. So I said, hey, if that's the case, shoot, he should fight Joshua too. And the man called out Joshua and said he wanted to fight him. This was a real call out. And I know people will say, oh, he just talking. Bro, he just signed a paper to fight Canelo. This man ain't just talking. He just signed a paper to fight Canelo. And he went out and called out Joshua. Most of the fighters that Jake Paul actually calls out, he actually wants to fight them. I heard rumors about him and Tank. Y'all done seen the paper about Canelo. So him fighting Joshua makes sense. And Jake Paul ain't no small dude either. Jake Paul standing next to Benavidez, he big. He ain't no small guy. So when everybody was saying that, I'm like, man, put him in the ring with Joshua. What y'all doing? You can get this man up out of here right now. Put him in the ring with Joshua. You can get rid of Jake Paul right now. You put him in the ring with Joshua. But the fact that people was kind of iffy about it, and I don't know if they were saying it because they were scared or they just saying, nah, Jake Paul, he don't want that. Man, I'm going to be real with y'all. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, and this might sound dumb, but I'll get in the ring with Joshua before I get in the ring with Wilder. Bro, I'm being real with you. I ain't never seen Joshua punch no guy and he start having a convulsing and all that other stuff. Dudes start having seizures in the ring. Until I see a boxer do that, nah, I ain't picking no boxer to jump in the ring with over no Wilder. Crazy. That's not finna happen. I'm not finna jump in the ring with Wilder. Over any guy. Man, these guys ain't knocking people out like that. I'm just being real. Lamont Roach proved that already. Y'all, you seen what they've been saying lately about Tyson Fury. Oh, he ain't been the same since he fought Wilder. Oh, now y'all want to say that. Now Tyson Fury ain't been the same since he fought Wilder. Oh, I see what y'all doing now. Now he ain't the same no more. Nah, but yeah, that's all I was saying, Jay Grizzy. That's what like the first hour I was talking about boxing. I was talking about that. Yeah, because it's just a narrative going around that I'm just starting to hear from people. And I'm like, brother, y'all know what y'all saying? Or because everybody got their opinion, but bro, just don't repeat what everybody else saying because they don't know what they talking about. So when people sat up here and said, oh yeah, Wilder, he should fight Jake Paul. Nah, Wilder put Jake Paul in the hospital, bro. Inside the ring, outside the ring. That ain't no 58-year-old Mike Tyson. Nah, Jake Paul will get sent up out of here. Jake Paul can get past Tommy Fury. If that's the case, Deontay Wilder need to be fighting Tyson Fury little brother then. Didn't Tyson Fury little brother beat Jake Paul? I think people forget who Jake Paul is. That man will get sent up out of here like that. Yeah, he can't even get past Tommy Fury, man. And then the worst part about it is Tyson Fury little brother still trolling him, saying, hey man, you need to get a rematch. Jake Paul ain't trying to get a rematch with the dude or nothing. So yeah, I would definitely put Anthony Joshua in the ring with him. But people saying Wilder though, bro, Wilder ain't no Tommy Fury, bro. That'll be Jake Paul last fight. The way he was getting hit by Tommy Fury can't box either. I don't know if y'all seen him box before. He can't box, bro. He boxed like somebody off the street. He can't box for real. Matter of fact, if this was back in the day, I think Kimbo Slice would have beat the brakes off of Tommy Fury. So he can't really box like that. But Jake Paul would have lost to Kimbo Slice. I think Kimbo Slice would have beat the brakes off of Jake Paul. But yeah, I think Jake Paul can make something happen though. These dudes ain't getting knockouts like that. They ain't getting knockouts like that. But I just don't think Jake Paul that good though. Is he good enough to get in the ring and make it look good? Yeah, he probably could. But that would be bad for Joshua though. He get caught by a right hand or something and he ain't got no chin like that. In the wrong spot, that'll be bad. He said Wilder still sleeping for Big Bang Zane. Wilder didn't even get to put to sleep by Zane, bro. That's what I'm telling y'all. That's what I'm saying. People do not know about Deontay Wilder when it comes to boxing. This is what this whole live is about, Octane. Anthony Joshua got knocked down 4 times his last fight. He got knocked down 4 times his last fight. I'll pull the stat up right here for you. 93 Octane. Are you an Anthony Joshua fan? Do you watch boxing like I do? Because last time I seen Anthony Joshua get in the ring, it said Joshua down 4 times. Once in the first, the third, the fourth, and the fifth round. Now 93 Octane. Can you tell me any fight that Deontay Wilder was in when he got knocked down 4 times in the first 5 rounds? '93 Octane. Could you name me any fight where Deontay Wilder was knocked down 4 times in the first 5 rounds? He wasn't. You said Wilder versus Fury 2. First of all, Wilder was still standing up at the end of the fight. And Wilder versus Fury 2, they threw the towel in. Wilder was still fighting Fury in the second fight. That's why I say, man, these dudes don't know boxing, bro. These dudes don't know boxing, bro. These dudes don't know boxing. Wilder has never been put to sleep. Anthony Joshua has. These dudes don't know boxing, bro. These dudes don't know boxing. They threw the towel in the second fight when he fought Fury. Even after he said he had a heavy suit on, even after he said it was floppy gloves, even after he said they had poisonous water, they still had to throw the towel in for him to stop the fight, bro. No, he didn't get knocked down 4 times in the entirety of the fight. No, sir. No, he didn't. He's never looked that bad before. You're reaching. You're reaching, buddy. You're reaching. You're reaching. You're reaching. Anthony Joshua looked bad the whole fight against Dubois. Anthony Joshua has never looked good in any fight where he's fought a top competition. Even in the Andrew Ruiz fight, he was on a bike the whole fight. The man got the best performance he ever had. He was running the whole fight. This is how biased fans are. The best performance that Joshua had in his career is when he got on his bike and was running away from Joseph Parker and Andrew Ruiz. The man ain't knocked out Andrew Ruiz. He couldn't knock out Joseph Parker. Didn't even drop them. No, he dropped Andrew Ruiz the first fight, but he got put to sleep and he can get put to sleep. They actually waved it off. I'm gonna keep it a buck. They waved it off the first fight. He got put to sleep the last fight. Now that's actually getting put to sleep. You said Wilder never got put to sleep. Third fight. How does being tired and being knocked down? That's not being put to sleep. I can actually pull up everything that we're talking about right now. I can pull up every knockdown right now and show you right now. That's what I'm saying. Before I do all that, do you know boxing, or are you gonna take me through all that? The third Fury fight, where they waved it off, the man was not put to sleep. That's what I'm still trying to say. You said best performance from AJ Klitschko, bro. Klitschko. How many decades ago was that? What, we're in the year 2025 right now. How long ago was that? Was that 10 years ago or 20 years ago? We talking about something that happened 10 years ago? So Anthony Joshua ain't had a good performance in 10 years? I mean, how does that sound to you, bro? The best fight that you can find from this man was 10 years ago? Is that the guy y'all been arguing with me about all these years? Talking about how good he is? This man ain't had a good fight in 10 years? So we talking about what he did 10 years ago. Never mind that him and Wilder got similar opponents. You said who gives about AJ? You said who gives about AJ? Let me see. Who cares about Anthony Joshua? I think Andrew Ruiz cares about Anthony Joshua because that's how most of you boxing fans found out who Andrew Ruiz was. Who else cares about Anthony Joshua? I think Usyk is because he's trying to figure out do they want him to fight him again. Tyson Fury because people keep asking him to fight Joshua and nobody else. Most of the boxing fans who's heavyweight boxing fans because they haven't asked anybody else to fight anybody. I mean, they waited until 2025 to ask Joseph Parker to fight Usyk, so it's a lot of people that care about Anthony Joshua, to be honest with you. I mean, most people sat up here and took his side over Wilder's all these years and haven't talked about how he got dropped 4 times in 5 rounds his last fight. The man got dropped in the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th round. And for some reason, nobody knows about what happened. We just had Joshua get dropped 4 times his last fight in 5 rounds, which is horrible. One of the worst performances I ever seen from a heavyweight. The man lost every round. Then we just had his other buddy, Tyson Fury. He just lost to a cruiserweight. And for some reason, all of this is getting a pass. Why? Because they got a win over Ngannou? I don't know why everybody's forgetting about that. I'm just throwing that out there. That's the only reason I'm throwing it out there because, you know. Because to be honest with you, if Anthony Joshua would have took care of business a long time ago, we wouldn't even know who Deontay Wilder is. Or Tyson Fury. He would have got those guys out the way a long time ago before we even know who we know now. So yeah, man, when it comes to heavyweight boxing, we've seen probably the best years we're going to see. Because now they're just trying to find somebody as far as who they can replace Joshua with. Because they have nobody to compete with most of the heavyweights we're talking about. Most of the heavyweights we're talking about right now, nobody is finding any kind of heavyweights to fight those guys. Even though we have Moses Atama right now, ain't nobody sitting up here asking Moses Atama to fight Joseph Parker next. They just had Bakoli fight Parker. We seen how that went. I seen Bakoli fight Wilder. I seen Parker fight Wilder, go 12 rounds. Everybody had like it was the worst performance ever. This dude Bakoli go out there, get hit upside the head, get stopped, Everybody like, oh well, he was on short notice and everything. Come on, man. They just playing favorites, man. This is why this year is. I'm loving what's going on this year in boxing. I'm enjoying it because can't nobody lie no more. You can't lie in boxing no more. And I feel bad for a lot of you fans out there too. A lot of kids out here who been listening to a lot of these guys lie about a lot of things in boxing. Now it's a lot of people that don't know what's going on in boxing. And I feel bad for these kids out here. Cause I hear some of them talk about boxing. Bro, y'all don't know nothing. Y'all don't know nothing at all. They don't know anything. He said Daniel Dubois had tougher schedule against Hergovic, Jarrell Miller. Yeah, I made videos about that. Otto Wallin and Ghana. Yeah, but a lot of people don't care about that stuff though. You know, a lot of people were so hung up on what Wilder was doing. Oh, Wilder's fighting Joseph Parker and Zhang. Oh, Wilder's ducking Zhang. The man came off a loss to Joseph Parker. They talking about he ducking Zhang. He need to fight Zhang next. So think about that. That's why they weren't thinking about what AJ had going on as far as those light touches because they was not worried about what Wilder was doing. Oh, he's fighting Parker and oh, he's not fighting this guy. I done gave people way too much credit as far as boxing for too long. These people don't know about boxing like that. They don't know about boxing like that. They asking other people to fight people that Joshua ain't fought. That's when I knew people was going crazy. I'm like, bro, Joshua and Tyson Fury ain't fought these guys. I'm like, Tyson Fury ain't fought no Joseph Parkers. He ain't fought no Jarrell Millers. He ain't fought none of these guys over the years. If you look at all the names that Tyson Fury got on his resume, it ain't none of the guys that's over there in Turkey Al Sheikh right now. None of the names. These guys know what they've been doing. That's why I say the jig is up, bro. A lot of these people getting exposed now. Everybody who thinks that some of these guys is the best because they've been matchmaking so well, a lot of these heavyweights. That's why Tyson Fury pulled out. He like, man, I ain't gonna be able to think about it, man. Tyson Fury been getting his way the entire time. He's been getting his way the entire time his whole career, even since the Ngannou fight. They didn't have a post fight press conference. Nothing. The man went out there, got a black eye against Ngannou. They swept it under the rug, told everybody that he was tired and he didn't work out, take the fight serious. Went out there and lost the next two fights to a cruiserweight. Then Usyk come out and tell everybody that Joshua and Fury was his easiest fights at heavyweight. I don't know if everybody know it, but Usyk did say that though. I don't know if everybody knows that, but Usyk said the easiest fights he had at heavyweight was Joshua and Fury. He said his toughest fight was Chisora. But when people sit up here, when I tell people that these guys can't box like everybody's saying they can, and that they've been running from the power, and they've had certain things, bro, I'm telling you, bro, it's going to show up, bro. It's going to show up. Trust me. One thing I learned a long time, bro, you ain't got to convince a lot of people. You just got to let time go by. With this boxing thing, if you somebody that feels like a lot of people don't understand what you're saying, just let the time go by for a little bit. Don't worry about it. A lot of people didn't think that Dana White would get into boxing. Just let time go by a little bit. You'll understand. Trust me. Just let time go by. Because a lot of these boxers that everybody been talking about for the last 5 or 6, 7, 8 years, they're not talking about these guys no more. I remember when everybody used to talk about Joshua every day. You didn't hear what 93 Octane just said? Nobody gives a ish about Joshua. The man lost one fight to Daniel Dubois. Now we ain't supposed to care about him no more. This is the way. This is the direction that boxing is going. Congrats. These are the fans that y'all want to gravitate towards. If you lose one fight, you're a bum. This is why boxing ain't been growing. That's why I'm so confused why everybody's saying, man, I don't want boxing to go into a direction where they got leagues and they got to do this and that. Bro, it ain't nothing going on in boxing now. You don't even know when the next fight gonna happen. We had Tyson Fury was supposed to fight Usyk in December. The fight got moved to February. The man got a cut on his head. The fight had to get moved to May. Then the rematch had to happen in December. And this is after he got dropped by Ngannou. Then he gets to the rematch after the Usyk fight, says that I felt like I won that fight. The man said he felt like he won the first Usyk fight and the second Usyk fight. It ain't not one person out here saying right now, man, Tyson Fury a crybaby, man. He was crying about how he won the first fight and the second fight. This man literally came out and said, I won the first fight. Then he said that Usyk won the first fight because there's a war going on right now. Now, what's worse? I want to ask everybody right now. What's worse? Blaming a heavy suit or blaming a war? This man blamed his loss on a war. Well, you know, his country going to war right now, so they gave him the belt. That is the worst excuse, and people gave that a pass. People really gave it's a popularity contest. People really gave that a pass, or people just don't care about him. I'll probably say people just don't care about Tyson Fury as much as they made it seem. Because if I cared about him as much as they made it seem, I would be saying, hey, why did he say Usyk lost because of the war? Because last time I checked, when everybody wants to figure things out, they figure it out. I can tell y'all 3 or 4 stories right now where people found out that you can't even just go look up. You got to go dig deep to find these stories. One of them is when Deontay Wilder said something about the heavy suit. He didn't say that on video. You actually got to go search for that. The second story is when people said that Devin Haney wanted the video taken down of Ryan Garcia highlights last year, which it ain't no highlights on the video. All they show is 2 knockdowns and a post fight interview. I've never seen anything like that before. So it definitely not no highlights. I'm trying to figure out what highlights everybody talking about. They said he wanted to take that down. And come to find out, it's not true. But they'll sit up here and let this guy talk about how, and you heard him, he said this on live TV. Oh, the only reason he wanted to fight because there's a war going on. Then after this fight, the last one, oh man, I won that fight. I'm going to say that until the day I die. Then the man retires in his truck. This man is in a work truck. Man just fought for $75 million or something like that. The man's in a work truck somewhere. Like he on a construction site or something. Like he got a 9 to 5. Somebody said he about to retire. Now the man who made all those people I just mentioned relevant, because Anthony Joshua fighting Klitschko, that didn't make him relevant. Didn't nobody know who Klitschko was. Didn't nobody know who Joshua was. Just keep it a buck. Didn't nobody even know who Tyson Fury was. Matter of fact, when Tyson Fury fought Wilder, didn't nobody even know who Tyson Fury was before he fought Wilder. They thought that Wilder was ducking Joshua by fighting Tyson Fury. That's how bad boxing media had been up until that point. They had been so bad at promoting heavyweights. That's why I said Wilder, they built boxing. These people have made so much money off of Wilder's back. These cowards in boxing who want to co-sign cheaters and stuff who did nothing for boxing. These people have made probably $1 billion off this man back already. Look at the money they've gotten from Turkey Al-Sheikh. The heavyweight fights between Fury and Usyk would have never been as big if Wilder wouldn't have gotten the mix and fought Fury. Fury was retired by that time. And people say, oh, well, Fury, he's not serious about retirement. He was retired for 3 years, dog. Tyson Fury was retired for 3 years. The man was retired from 2015 to 2018. If you don't think that's serious, why don't you go? If you got a job, I want you to quit that job and sit at home for 3 years. And tell everybody you retired, but it ain't that serious. And let's see how long that lasts. Oh, that wasn't that serious. He only sat down for 3 years. Something you never did before, but you're gonna say it ain't that serious. Spoken like a true casual. The man, he sat there for 3 years. People talking about that's why recently, because I'm a real Tyson Fury fan. Yeah, I'm not one of these Wilder fans that sit up here. I know Fury and Joshua better just as well as these guys know. And when Fury said recently, I'm retired, I went online. I told everybody he's retired for real. He's really going to retire. Oh, man, he's just saying that right now because he ain't feeling good. And, he didn't have a good decision against Usyk. He'll be back. Trust me. And what are these guys saying now in the news? Man, I can't believe Tyson Fury is just going to retire and he going to regret not taking this Joshua fight. See, when they want to set a fight up, they set the fight up. Now, all of a sudden, these dudes almost 40 years old. Now they want to set up Fury versus Joshua. Now they want to set up Fury versus Joshua. How could you trust people like this? I don't even know how I can even trust these people. He said media likes a good story. Usyk country hero. Yeah. They like a good story. They definitely like a good story. They hide a lot. They hide a lot of the good stories though. The media can't be trusted. That's why the internet on fire right now. The media is so bad right now. The media is so bad right now. They firing everybody who basically tells the news on as far as media news. Like as far as boxing, politics, whatever you think about, anybody who tells the news, they all getting fired right now. They don't got no integrity. He said, how long was Sugar Ray Leonard semi-retired for retina? I don't know. It had to be like a couple of years. Probably. I don't know. I don't know the time limit behind that. I thought it was a couple of years from what I heard. Yeah, sometimes the media like a good story, but I think it's out of their hands now as far as the good stories. Because Usyk ain't really getting pushed like that, to be honest with you. I would say that to be real with you though. I don't think Usyk getting pushed like that. And he got a good personality, but he ain't getting pushed like that. The reason why, I don't know. I honestly don't know. But yeah, he does have a good story though. That surprises me that Usyk don't get that much push, man. Really does surprise me. But yeah, I don't know how long Sugar Ray's retina was messed up. It's a good question. But the thing about it is that a lot of boxers are starting to admit right now though, that I was saying, and I thought I was getting overboard with it, but I'm not. A lot of boxers are admitting right now that a lot of these promotional companies, networks, that they ruined a lot of these big fights that could have happened. A lot of guys lost money behind a lot of these promoters trying to build platforms up. Trying to build platforms up. And to be honest with you, the way they build these platforms up, they don't believe in boxing fans. These promoters never believed in boxing fans because they promote these fights and these boxers as if, if one of these guys get a loss, then the fans are not going to support this guy no more. But you see Joshua get a loss and people still support him. You see Canelo get a loss, people still support him. But they try to move these guys around like, oh, well, if this guy getting a certain fight, they're not going to support him no more. So let's try to make sure that we don't put him in the wrong type of matchup. And that kind of stuff is ruined boxing. So you're trying to protect one guy's career and you're ruining thousands of other careers for one guy, and it just starts to add up after a while. It adds up a lot now. That's why it's so much boxing on every day, because you have so many people that don't have an opportunity to fight on certain apps or certain platforms and networks. And it just kind of backfires on you. But it's a lot of moves coming out of this though. I'm telling you. 2025 is a lot different. You're gonna see a lot of guys chasing their last big payday or really trying to get in the mix right now. I'm talking about a lot of guys. You're gonna see a lot of guys that's semi-retired, that's gonna come out of retirement, that's trying to get a last big payday, trying to make a good impression on one of these small cards. Somebody like a Kell Brook or something trying to get a last big payday. He said Andre Ward and Adonis Stevenson was never made due to network politics. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. A lot of fights with Loma too. When Loma was moving from, you know, a lot of those guys came from HBO to Showtime and Top Rank. You know, I understand what they was doing, but at the end, it backfired on them. The plan was not. It didn't last. It didn't last because we had promoters recently that's been trying to have certain fighters go without losing because they don't know how to pick talent. To be honest with you, it's almost like cheating. To be honest with you, because if you know a guy is going to lose to a certain fighter, and the only way that you can make him win is by matching him up with a certain person or a certain style or somebody he beat already. I mean, that's almost like cheating in boxing. That's why when people say, why are they going to change the format? Because if you're a betting man, it's hard to win money when you're betting on boxing now. Don't nobody want to put down $4,000 so you can win $200. It's minus 2,000 and minus 1,500. People tired of betting on boxing and stuff like that. Then you got, when it's a close fight, people don't know how to score it. Like, the sport's getting out of hand, man. It's getting lost. And you don't have a lot of star power right now. We still recycling same stars from 10 or 15 years ago. You know, as much as people want to realize it, HBO had Keith Thurman and Canelo and all these guys was on HBO. So you still got a lot of HBO guys walking around. And you got to realize how long ago that was. So we're still in a whole nother, we still got that same era of people hanging around. And we still asking the same question about fights. That's why the pressure was put on Canelo to make that fight with Crawford. That wasn't an American thing either. That was kind of like a Mexico thing. He says, Manny Stanionis still would beat PBC. If so, at least they're co-promoting with Matchroom against. Yeah, everybody been co-promoting. I know a lot of people said that at least certain guys is co-promoting. Everybody co-promoting. Shoot, the last before the TJ Doheny fight, shoot, the last 2 or 3 guys that Inoue fought was from PBC. Inoue had a few PBC guys over there he was fighting. So they've all been working together. It's just certain matchups that a lot of these people who cover boxing, they've been trying to go along with, as far as a lot of these boxing promotion companies, they kind of use these guys if they go with certain scenarios. If I come out right now and I say, oh, well, this guy's ducking this person, and everybody believes it, they're going to run with it because you're promoting the fighter. Sometimes a lot of these fighters get bigger when people are saying that somebody's ducking them. If you just say, I want to fight this guy, then you might not get a lot of buzz behind you. But if you go out and say, well, Crawford ducking me, a lot of people start paying attention to stuff like that. So a lot of the guys go with it, but it don't help their careers though. It's a lot of people that do say that, but when you look back, Even the guys who said 10 years ago that people used to duck them. Come to find out, wasn't nobody ducking them. But yeah, Stanionis, he's still with PBC. I'm surprised he got that fight with Boots before Norman, but I'm not surprised because Stanionis had already said, and this another thing too I want to say about that. A year ago, a lot of people said that Stanionis couldn't get that fight on PBC with Boots. They was like PBC wasn't trying to let Boots get that fight with Stanionis. Well, Boots is not even with PBC, and he got the fight now. I don't want to get too much into that, but I'm just gonna throw that hint out there right quick. Now, Boots couldn't get the fight with Stanionis when he was with PBC, but he's not with PBC, and he got the fight with Stanionis. Think about that, and it's for a belt, which makes it even tougher to get the fight. You said, can Stanionis do better than Karen? From what I seen in the last fight, nah. I didn't like in some situations he can, as far as his size and being able to think on the fly, but no, I don't think Stanionis is I don't think he's more skilled than Karen is. People got to realize too that Karen almost got stopped by Boots. I know people want to forget that, but he almost got stopped by him. It's sad because Karen, he's a good fighter, but anytime you get a congratulations because you survived, that's definitely not a good look. Because he wasn't in the fight. It ain't like he went out there and performed like he Lamont Roach or something. He won a couple of rounds, but he definitely survived that fight. He almost got stopped. But I don't think Stanionis is he hasn't been that active either. He hasn't been active that much, and I just want to see how much Stanionis is making, to be honest with you. Because if this man is getting what I think he's getting, we got some issues going on. Now, Stanionis went out there and asked for the same deal that Brian Norman wanted. And I'll keep it 1,000. The only difference is I think they said something about Vegas or something like that. But they said outside of Philadelphia, though. And I know Stanionis, he fighting in what, Atlantic City? Or something like that. So if this man gets like $2 million, man, it's gonna sound crazy. Because when I heard Stanionis say last year, when everybody was making such a big deal about the Boots and Brian Norman situation, the first thing I heard Stanionis say was, well, Brian Norman, right. I wouldn't go out there for at least, unless I got $2 million and we fighting outside of Philadelphia. Yeah, I'll do that then. And that's what he getting. Now, if Stanionis don't get that, if he get less than that, that means he's a liar. If he gets more than that, it means somebody else is a liar. So Brian Norman might actually end up looking good in this situation. I'm telling you. That's the biggest story right now that ain't nobody gonna talk about. But y'all will hear me talk about it soon. Matter of fact, in 2 weeks, when I hear about how much that purse is, I'm gonna figure out how much that purse is. Because people made a big deal about that. That was story of the year last year. Do people not know that? Finding out the story about Brian Norman Jr., how much he was asking for against Boots Ennis was the story of the year last year. So now for Stanionis to be getting a certain amount of money and it not to be talked about, we don't know how much he getting. Nah, can't let that one slide. And this ain't nothing against Boots or nothing like that. I'm just talking about as far as the business of boxing. Because people try to make it seem like Brian Norman wasn't the only one out here trying to fight Boots. Everybody else was scared to fight Boots. He was the first one to speak up. Matter of fact, him speaking up, Brian Norman Jr. speaking up about wanting the Boots fight is actually how Stanionis' name got thrown in the mix. Ain't that crazy? Because Stanionis did a whole interview around the same time they was asking about how much Brian Norman want, that 1.7 or whatever. That same day, Stanionis did an interview with Boxing Voice and said, I want this amount of money and I want to fight outside of Philly because I don't want to go in there and get robbed or whatever. And, he said that's the problem with PBC fighters, inactivity. Yeah, it's a lot of guys that's like that too. It ain't just PBC right now because it's a lot. It's a big problem with that, man. It ain't just PBC fighters either. But I understand what you're saying though. You're right about that. But it's a big problem right now because, how do I say this? It's a lot of guys that's not really in the mix as far as guys who lost a couple of times, like Joe Cordina right now. He was supposed to fight Shakur Stevenson. He don't got a promotional company he's really with right now. And also, he don't got a fight lined up. And this is the man who kind of lost because, the referee kind of slipped up, made a mistake, but it kind of led to his demise a little bit. And, his whole little situation right now look bad. Very bad, but, it's a lot of fighters like that that's not with PBC. That's why I said Dana White is going to have the pick of the litter, man. This is the perfect time. The man stepping in at the perfect time. This man has a former champion right now from 130 that don't nobody want to give a fight to right now. It just and he's going to be able to pay these guys. What, Cordina only got paid one time last year? A lot of these guys want a consistent check coming in and they want to be active. And I've been studying UFC recently as far as how they setting up their fights and everything else. Man, they keeping these guys going, man. Whether it's on a lower platform, they're gonna have you fighting on whether it's pro box or whatever it is. You're gonna stay active. It's a good game plan being rolled out right now. But getting these promoters out of the way, it's gonna have to be done. These promoters had all the time in the world, man. To be honest with you, I'm gonna be real with you, ever since Mike Tyson left boxing, every boxing promoter has had a chance to make something happen. Whether it's with HBO or ESPN or Showtime, then you got apps. Now think about this. All these people have been bringing in money. You got promoters that have been putting on every top big fight. These guys have not came together and put together an app for boxing. I mean, you got the Zone, but that wasn't just promoters from boxing that was putting that app together. That app has everything. I'm talking about strictly a boxing app where they could have just put these fights on. They already doing pay-per-view. So you're already getting paid to put on these fights you haven't even put on yet. When somebody buys a pay-per-view, that's an investment. You ain't just paying for that fight. You paying for the next fight, the fight after that. So I'm buying all these pay-per-view fights, and then 4 or 5 fights down the line, you telling me about how you can't set up a certain fight between these two guys because of money? Or what you mean money? I've been already paying you. So that's what the boxing promoters, they really are nothing but, how do I say this? You said Pro Box has a free app. Yeah, I know about Pro Box. But I'm just talking about the boxing promoters that been around. Like, we've been paying them pay-per-views all these years for fights that wasn't pay-per-view worthy. And instead of just us getting anything back from it, they like, nah, we just gonna give boxing the turkey out of sheet. We need the money from turkey out of sheet. What happened to the money I've been giving you? Pay-per-views haven't always been around like that. That's what I'm saying, man. These guys, they done ran off with the bank. They done ruined the sport of boxing the way boxing has been ran. The only reason it's getting changed right now, the only reason boxing is getting changed right now is because the older guys that have been in the control the last 30, 40 years, they done made so much money off of it that they just doing anything. That's why when they get these decisions and guys be arguing and talking about, oh, this guy, he won the fight. Man, they don't be caring about that. Yep, ran off on the plug. Yep, they definitely ran off on the plug. Definitely ran off on the plug. They definitely, and we the plug. And they done ran off. They definitely ran off on the plug. They definitely ran off on the plug. You gotta think about it, man. Eddie Hearn, he been putting fights together since, well, before he was born. His daddy been putting fights together. Look at Bob Arum. He been putting fights together for hundreds of years. You know what I'm saying? And Al Heyman, he been in business. All these guys. Oscar De La Hoya, he done been around. All these guys had an opportunity before they got into boxing to say, oh, this is what's wrong with boxing. Let me fix this. They haven't been trying to fix boxing. They've been trying to get rich. They've been trying to get rich. They ain't say, hey, let me try to fix boxing first, then let me get rich second. They like, let me get rich as I can. And then when it gets real bad, I'm going to just start working with the other promoters. And we're going to start working with Turkey Al Sheet. That's why I told people, like, and the good thing about this is you're going to really find out who's great in boxing. You're going to find out who's great now. You're going to find out who's really a champion. You're going to find out who's really great. You're going to find out who really wants to be active, who really loves boxing. You're going to find out who really wants the big fights. You're going to find out who really ducking. You're going to find out who really protected. You're going to find out how things are different. I'm going to tell you an example of why boxing has been, we've been getting cheated. If y'all noticed during the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight, that was probably the best sports event I've seen as far as with boxing. They didn't have no mistakes, really. I was looking out that whole fight. The only mistake they made is showing Mike Tyson naked, but I didn't see that fight. I didn't see that part. Showing Mike Tyson in his drawers, that was about it. But the rest of the fight, they did a good job, man. They went straight from one fight to the next. Not too many commercials. They didn't talk that much in between. The commentary was good. The camera angles was good. I mean, Netflix did a great job with the whole fight. From what I seen. When I seen Netflix, I said, wow, I have been getting robbed. All the complaining I have been doing is true. So all those times I've been complaining about how boxing can do better, that it looks like they just throwing stuff together, it looks lazy. They were lazy the whole time. The whole time they've been lazy. Netflix proved all that in one fight. I said, man, this Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight it's put together too good. And anybody who watched the event will tell you that. I didn't hear anybody have a problem with anything. As far as, with the app, of course, but as far as how they showed the fight, the camera angles and everything else, I heard no issues. None at all. And that let me know right then I've been getting robbed this whole time. Now I see why Turkey Al Sheik is in boxing. That's the only thing I said that night. I know everybody was focused on Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, whatever. I was looking at some other stuff. I said, I've been getting robbed, man. This shows everything I've been complaining about is true. Because some people, they'll make it seem like, oh, you guys just complain about anything when it comes to boxing. I'm not finna pay for nothing that I don't appreciate. And then I'm gonna act like I do appreciate it. No, that's not gonna happen. It wouldn't even be changes made right now if it weren't for guys like me that complain about boxing. Most people was okay with what was going on before. Because it was never about the winner, it was always about the loser. Right now, boxing is more famous for talking about the loser than about the winner. Think about that. Think about the last 10 fights. You've been talking about the guy who lost or the guy who should have lost. The last 10 fights. Just think about any fight that you could think of. The last 10 fights that have been big, most people talk about the guy who should have lost or the guy who lost. So they try to make us feel guilty, like, oh man, y'all want boxing to change? Y'all want boxing to change? I just want boxing to talk about the guys who are actually helping the sport out for a little bit. Can we do that? That's all I want to see. I can't tell you how many times I've seen the UFC recently. I'm like, man, that guy gonna win. That's one of the that's one of the guys' favorites. In boxing, you can kind of tell like who's the favorite and who's the guy that nobody wants to see lose. But in UFC, it's different. It's a guy that can go out there. He could be the brother of a superstar, and it could be his second pro fight. He can go out there and lose, man. If he loses, they're not gonna give him the score. They're not gonna give him the decision. He gonna get a loss. I've seen it plenty of times. Especially in UFC, I'm like, dang, that dude just lost. They giving everybody a loss over here. It's not always the best scoring, but from what I've seen in boxing recently, yeah, they definitely gonna need to go in that direction. Not only because of that, but the activity has just gotten way too bad, man. The activity is hurting careers at this point. I would say most countries that don't have guys active like that are way behind. And people think that Mexico is a place that's behind in boxing, but not really. They box. They have a fight on every week. They have plenty of networks to fight on in Mexico. Plenty of places to go fight at. So they're not in the same position as in America. Like in America, it's a hard time to find a fight out here. It's a hard time finding a fight out here. Think about it. Most of the fights with Tank Davis' first couple of fights in his career, Mexico. Devin Haney, Mexico. Isaac Cruz, most of his fights was in Mexico. That dude Espinoza who knocked out Robeisy Ramirez. All of his fights except two been in Mexico. So yeah, they ain't got the same kind of problems out there when it comes to. But when you get to those bigger fights, like the main events and championship fights like we have out here, that's when they start to have issues. Well, everybody does when you're not with a certain network. But yeah, they gotta get away from that if they want boxing to go in a better direction. If not, it's gonna end bad. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody for coming through. I'm gonna be on live tomorrow. I gotta actually do this little video real quick. If anybody want to become a member, you can definitely do it. But appreciate everybody for